Hi, guys and girls, and welcome back to Let's Talk Geeky with Wendology and Jim. I nearly says Whoology, and that's why it
Hiya.
slipped up my tongue.
Yes, that was
I-
very good. I liked that one.
yeah, it's just because I was digging out some of my books and I came across it. I thought, oh, what do you get when you cross Wendology with Doctor Whoology? It was just one of the books I had, so that's the reason why I put it up. And yes, so
There's something to it.
a fun Saturday. Well, I definitely had a fun Saturday. I've actually had a fun week because I've been watching NCIS, so that's season 1 down. I've been watching Resident Evil, almost finished season 1 of that. I watched a bit of Babylon 5 and just getting ready for season 2 of Resident Alien, episode
That is
1 for tomorrow. So
That is a mixed bag. It's a very good mixed bag.
it's just wherever I felt it would go, I thought, I'll do that.
Mm-hmm.
What about yourselves? What have you been up to this week?
Well, tonight we watched, was it Nightmare of Eden? Nightmare of Eden, the Tom story.
Yeah.
We watched some of the all the extras on the DVD set, and then we watched the whole story tonight. We've been watching all the Tom stories on that DVD set, pretty much. We watched a Twilight Zone the other day. Watched Friday Night Tights on Friday. Not the whole thing.
I watched bits and pieces of
but
it.
I've gone back and watched the Chrissy Mayer video, which was hilarious. Absolutely hilarious.
She always is.
Oh, she's brilliant.
Yep.
She's brilliant. It's so funny. And that's about it, I think. Something else will come to me, I'm sure.
The Tuckers.
Oh my God, yeah. There's a show that's come back now called The Tuckers, and it's basically the Welsh Shameless. It is hilarious. It is so good, and it's if you've seen Shameless, Jim, have you seen that?
Yes, I've seen both the American and the UK version. William H. Macy is my favorite, though, so I lean toward the American version.
Oh, that's interesting. That's really interesting. Yeah, I've never seen the American version. I'm so imprinted with the UK version that I just not sought out the American one at all. But William H. Macy is a fab actor, no doubt. What was I going to say? So we watched all the seasons, and then they've just put the whole of the 3rd season up now, just all at once. What streaming service is that on? iPlayer. And it's great. If you like Shameless and like that humor, this is the Welsh version, and it is superb.
Well, I've basically seen an episode of each of them. I'm not a great fan of that type of humor, which is weird because I've seen 1 or 2 bits that are almost a parody of it, or it's inspired by it, the type of humor, and it works. But I don't know. It's just one of those things. I suppose I've seen a couple of episodes here and there, but nothing that stuck. Grand Moff, yep. Abby Rules, she always does. NCIS, Abby. Definitely the best character in that show.
Yeah, I do love Abby.
Abby Shuto.
It's a close second, just because he's there, but not always there. And he do get distracted, so Gibbs is always on his case.
Oh, Gibbs is basically, no wonder he's the star, but yeah, Gibbs. Put it this way, if the main character left, NCIS wouldn't have been the same. You can have Kate leaving, you could have Denozo leaving, and you could have Ducky sort of leaving and splitting in and out, and it still can maintain if Gibbs wasn't there. It doesn't matter if Abby left, even though she's one of my favourites. I think it would still work to an extent, but if Gibbs left, nope, it just would not work because
I seem to recall, and it was just like 1 episode, and I'm not sure what happened. It might be that she was in a hospital or something at that time, so she couldn't. Hey, look at the cuteness coming up here. But I just felt so disappointed because this was early on, and there was someone else taking over for her. She was in the beginning it, and she was at the very end of it, but for most of it, there was someone else in the lab, and it didn't feel.
Yeah, you've had
like
that
this
a
is
couple of
Debbie's
times.
lab.
It's usually when she's on holiday and it's a cover. But yeah, they use it as a holiday and cover. But yeah, no, it's good. And Gillian, QI's XL's late episode. What season are they on? I stopped watching it when Stephen Fry left. Sandy Todd's is okay, but I think Stephen
I
Fry.
like her much better as a panelist.
She's better as a panelist. She's a lot funnier, but as I think
I
Stephen
get
Fry
that.
just made that season, series his own. Him and Alan Davis, and with Stephen Fry going, it just lost its appeal. So
There you go in.
I don't know what the letter they're on now. I think they've
sweet
already done 12 seasons or
Go
13
on.
before Stephen had left.
Which one?
But
You're going to sit down there now, are you?
But I will say that show is one that is probably the most accurately advertised title ever. QI stands, in case people don't know, it stands for quite interesting. And you won't be disappointed.
I've got season one. I've got season 1 on DVD. And that's the one where they didn't have the. That's where Stephen Fry had to put up a card with an X on it. And anytime somebody said something, it would get the X instead of it appearing behind them. They had a bit of paper already written out. So all these ones, like Alan would say, somebody's sitting there typing these words that expecting us to say. Well, Stephen Fry used to have them on a card, so he did.
Yep.
So I've got season 1, and that's.
I believe that came in toward the end of season 1 because he was accusing. There's someone like speed typing in the background just to get the stuff up.
Yeah, that's what the accusations. Later on, the accusations
papers.
came in, but looking at season 1, they already had that. So Stephen had them all written down. So if somebody said something on the screen,
I would say it's a very clever show. It's somewhere just above these competitive TV shows, where you need to know the answers. So like Jeopardy or Who Wants to Be a Millionaire? Because you're sitting at home and just screaming at the screen. It's like, it's this answer or it's that question. But the fact that they managed to build a TV show completely around the misconceptions people had about that.
And they knew they could get 26 years out of it doing a letter a year.
Yep.
But and you glitch what we're talking about. Depends when you put that in. We can already switch subject. The best one I saw, that's one of the ones that I loved, was when Kate asked. There's 2 references to it. There's one, Kate asked Gibbs what Ducky looked like when he was younger. And Gibbs says Ilya Kuryakin, which I thought was good. But there was one of the earlier ones where they were using a digital face composite to do it instead of the sketch artist. And they're meant to be actually doing it for one of the criminals that they had seen, but they're not. The time they'd gone down, it showed Ducky with blonde hair. It was his Ilya Kuryakin face. And I was not myself at that one. So they'd made 2 references to The Man from U.N.C.L.E.
Yep.
David McCallum was just superb in it. All his stories and everything.
I believe there is one more episode where they are using like digital makeover or like face covering. It's more, I think it's like a long-running like mystery that's been haunting Ducky for a very long time, like 3 decades or something, and suddenly it's coming back. But they do the flashbacks.
They do the flashbacks, but that is actually a different actor in the flashbacks. It's not David McCallum.
I thought that was digital and makeup.
Nope, it is actually another actor. I don't know if they're related or whatever, but it is another actor, and he looks like a young David McCallum. He does. And that's why it works. He's a bit taller, but if you notice when he's talking to people, he's got height. But they went for obviously someone who looked more like him rather than so the height difference. The height sort of stands out because David McCallum's shorter, but when you see the younger one with interacting with people, he's on a par. He's not as small. But it works still just as well. I just noticed the height thing just because I'm a pussy bugger sometimes. I've seen Claudius with
I've seen that ages ago.
David Jacoby.
Derek Jacoby, Patrick
I always
Stewart.
get the name wrong.
Yeah.
And it also had.
And
Did it have who was the one that was in Clockwork Orange?
Malcolm
McDowell. He was in it. Did he not play a centurion or a Roman guard in it? It was one of his early ones.
Could have been.
As soon as you said centurion, I went there.
Yeah. I think
throw him to the ground, centurion.
Colin seems to think it's John Hurt. But he could have been in it too, because it's kind of his era.
Yeah. And yep, Colin, we're talking about anything and everything. So ask that question, and 2 seconds later, it could have actually moved on. Right. I keep hearing a ding, ding, ding. The problem is, I keep hearing it on my side as well.
Phone chirping.
No, I was thinking it's one of the tabs on one of our browsers. The thing is, see, when I'm not streaming, I hear it from my browser, and I can't work out what tab it's coming from.
Yeah, well, I just
Discord or something like that, and it's just a ding, 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 and it's
usually mute mine when we go on a stream, and I stuck it on the charger and I forgot it was still live. It could have been that, because it just did chirp.
Yeah,
with a couple of updates.
Now you're giving the chat ideas to just bombard you with messages.
Yeah.
It's on mute now, so
yeah. Ancient Rome stuff, I love the Roman stuff. That's why that's my favorite episodes of Time Team as well. Is Ancient Rome. It's the Roman stuff when they're finding.
It is interesting.
Other stuff really not too bad, but anytime it's Roman. So I watch the Roman ones all the time, and that's what I watch. I've been watching a lot of them on YouTube as well. Although I've got them all, that it's easier to sometimes to just fire up YouTube. You know what it's like. Go for the leash. Arg. We need to get that animated properly.
Grr. Arg.
It's safe to say Nosferatu will be with us for quite some time.
Yes, he will.
Yes.
I am slightly in love with this figure, as you may have noticed. Yeah. He goes everywhere.
I can actually find this. I did and uploaded this. Let's see.
He actually does glow in the dark too. I noticed it the other day. I came in the room for something in the dark, and I could see him glowing. Yeah.
Right. So that's basically the one there. I basically just.
Grr, arg.
That's great.
It's just.
I've already clipped it from my Twitter icon.
Right. So how do I stop this?
It's such a brilliant one.
Yeah, it was just one that I was just messing around, and I was just thinking, and I thought, I got the images, and it was just allocating the image. So it only took me about 10 minutes. But yeah, I would like to get see the one when you did it across the screen. I was tempted to cut that.
That would be good.
Do that.
Yeah.
But it's just a case of I had about 10 minutes, and I was messing around between watching different things, and while I was watching something, I was animating it. So
it's great.
It's just one of those things, but.
Well, I'm just such a huge Buffy fan. I still am a massive Buffy fan, and I used to love watching right till the end, and then getting that little Grr Arg guy going across the screen. And then I noticed, like on some of the Christmas episodes, he'd have a little Christmas hat on, and they dress him up in different things.
Yeah.
Well, now
that was such a great
Christmas. You need like a tiny little Christmas hat for him.
Yes. Oh, yeah. He's definitely one of the team, I think.
Yep. But I must admit, I've been watching bits and pieces Buffy stuff as well. Usually with Spike, because Spike is funny.
I love Spike.
I usually just binge a season at a time when I get the
it's just a case of anytime I've been on YouTube, if it pops up, I can watch a couple of episodes or a couple of bits and pieces with it. But Grandma, I love ancient Rome, and as I've mentioned before, plebs, fantastic. But I think we've talked about that before.
I need to watch that.
I think Miranda is mentioning one that I think is oddly enough just standing out in my memory. It's the musical one with the musical demon in Buffy.
They had.
That was when they had Adam. Adam was the one that was outside looking in.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
But I thought it was just such brilliant because you were suddenly baked into this universe, this world building. You knew Sun Hill, you knew the characters, the Scooby Gang, everybody, and suddenly it's out of the blue. You're sitting down in front of the TV, you're getting ready. It's like adverts and whatnot, so you're getting ready to watch it. And it's a musical. Is this the right channel, or what am I watching?
I'm not usually a big fan of the musical episodes of things, especially when it isn't part of the actual plot of the story. But I can't remember that one as much. But the other one that Miranda mentioned was Hush, which is one of the very best episodes of any TV show in that genre that I've ever seen. It is so scary because there's literally no dialogue, because the gentlemen come and they take everybody's voice. So they literally mime the whole episode practically. Mm-hmm. But it's the gentlemen themselves, the way they glide, their feet don't touch the ground, and they sort of harvest organs. Absolutely chilling episode. That was good. Yeah. And the other one that, go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
I was just say the one other one that Miranda mentioned was The Body, which is quite a poignant one, quite a sad one, and it was when Buffy's mother dies, and she because the Buffy character is always so invincible and so in control by this time in her life. The one thing she can't control is the death of her mother, and it takes her through. And there's some great Spike scenes with that as well, because Spike is starting to sort of
come across.
He's trying to sort of comfort her a little bit on the back step, and it's a superb episode. It's one of the most. It's one of my all-time favorite.
Yeah, that's the one
Buffy
where
episodes.
Angel comes up and the mother says you're not welcome, and he's going, "Let me in," and Angel Spike's behind her going,
yeah, I know, I love that. He's like,
Yep, definitely. No, I was going to say, so you definitely don't like How I Met Your Mother's musical one?
I've not watched that. Not by choice, not because I didn't want to watch it, but just because I just never got round to say. I know Alison Hannigan was in that.
Yeah, I liked it. It finished in it just basically didn't really go in it after considering how it built up, and then it seemed to go back on itself. But the final episodes were not very good the last season, but leading up to it was really good. Things like the slap bet was fantastic. Neil Patrick Harris as Barney is absolutely amazing, and his musical number Suits is the best song. It's just funny. It's basically he's always wearing immaculate suits, and he'll do anything to get with a girl. He'll do silly things like come in and pretend to be a paramedic and say, "Right, where is you? What happened?" And he goes, and everybody's looking around. He goes, and they're all saying, "What are you here for? What are you here?" Because he's looking for this body. And then he turns out to a girl and says, "You must be an angel because you certainly fell from heaven." And the whole spiel is just so he can get a girl's number. And it's that. But one girl had actually says it's, "Oh, I don't like suits. It's either the suits or me." And he says, "Suits are going tomorrow." And then after he wakes up and the girl's away, there's a big Suits number, and it is hilarious. So I liked Suits, and that was but the Buffy one, the way they actually brought it in. It actually, when they're doing it, and you can see people looking around as if, "Why am I dancing?" So everybody doing that part, you see them all dancing and singing, but you can still sort of see them looking around as if to say, "What's happening?" They don't know why they're doing it.
I'm sure it was really, really good, and it's funny because I never missed an episode. I mean, I watched it live when it first went out. And I literally used to record it. I set it to record to make sure that I could always watch every single episode. if I was working late or having to, do things after work. And the musical episode, I think because I'm not a big, huge fan of those type of episodes, just didn't stick with me as much. But I'm sure, knowing the quality of the show, that it, I kind of sort of have like little glimpses of memories in my head. I'll have to look it up on YouTube and find some clips of that episode.
Yeah, definitely. And yeah, I love Babylon 5 as well.
Oh, Babylon 5 is so good.
Yeah, I've watched a wee bit, a couple of episodes today again. It's literally, the good thing is, I just sitting here while I was doing bits and pieces, and I was just watching one after the other.
Yeah.
So it's just a fun
I
thing.
loved all the characters. I thought they were all wonderful, but I particularly loved Londo and Veer and Ivanova. Those are
Ivanova's
my
my
favorite.
and I missed meeting Claudia Christensen. That was the day I went scuba diving. It was either Comic-Con, which we'd been planning to go. We got the opportunity to go scuba diving. It was a
I don't
one-off.
know about that. I don't
Oh,
know about that.
and the thing is, I had with me, because we'd gone for a few days holiday and we were over at that end. We were going to go to the Edinburgh Comic Con, so I'd brought my Claudia Christensen action figure to get her to sign. But
Oh,
I
PJ.
got the opportunity to do scuba diving, which I'd never done, unlikely to do again, and I took that. So
That's fair enough. That's
thinking
fair enough.
I would meet Claudia the next one, and she's no longer in the UK. She very rarely comes over. So
I'm sure I've mentioned it in past streams, but she turned up at a convention that I was at as well, and years ago, and she was mental, absolutely mental. She's so funny. She came. We're so used to her in these sort of tight-fitting but very, very high-necked, sort of military-ish uniforms, and she came flouncing out in what can only be described as sort of something very, very feminine to the extreme. There was nothing left to the imagination, and the whole crowd went crazy. But she was flouncing around on stage and goofing around and things, and she was so opposite to Ivanova, and that's the fun of seeing the actual person and seeing what they're like. But she was hysterical.
Well, remember after, I think it was after Babylon 5, she was in the one with Sigourney Weaver. Sigourney Weaver played the reporter. And
I don't think I've seen that one.
She was the girlfriend. She was only in it for a couple of minutes. Was it her? I'm trying to think. Maybe it was her. She's been in her. See, there was one movie, and I kept getting the two of them mixed up. It was the one that played Tasha Yar, or the one that played Ivanova.
Tasha Yar was Denise Crosby.
Yes, but I used to get it was just the one movie, because the two of them were very similar types of movie. They played the girlfriend of the main protagonist's husband, so they were just come in to just do the breakup scene type thing, or to let the woman know that her husband been having an affair. So the two of them played a similar part, but I can't remember what movie they were in. So the Sigourney Weaver one, I could be thinking it's actually the Denise that's in it. So
Denise Crosby.
I just can't remember the name of the movie.
It doesn't sound like one I've seen.
It's she plays a reporter, and she's got the reason she's out is because she's got her leg brace. She broke her leg skiing in it, so she's sitting about, and somebody else is coming backwards and forwards with all the thing, and this other person starts getting the attention, and that's when she steps in. But there's a bit when she's coming upstairs, and I'm sure it's Claudia Christensen in that part. But now I'm thinking about it, am I getting the two movies mixed up again? I do that all the time.
Colin is saying that Claudia Christensen was also in an episode of Quantum Leap.
Yes,
I can't think of the episode, but
it was
that would be about right timing.
It was an earlier one. It wasn't the one with the Chromags and stuff like that. So it was an earlier season. I sort of vaguely remember it, but it's been a while since I watched it.
She was also in another sci-fi show. I don't even recall its name, because it was, think early days YouTube budget, that kind of thing. You could tell there was just like cardboard on the walls and everything that had just been spray painted. But even so, I kind of enjoyed it because it was her present there. Because she has charisma, even when she's acting badly, so to speak.
Yeah.
Brian Blessed is Augustus. That's the one I was trying to think of before.
See,
Yeah.
the Ice
Brian
Bodies,
Blessed is such a character.
I think I might be actually getting that one mixed up with the one with Malcolm McDowell in it. It's not Clive Claudius, but it's a similar idea. And he just plays a bit part in it. It might have actually been when it was a bit more adult, let's put it that way. So it wasn't
you're talking
for
about
general audience.
Caligula.
That was the
Caligula,
not,
yeah.
It could have been Caligula where he actually gets his bit tied and
'Cause
drank
that's-
wine, and then
Yep.
it could be that one I'm thinking of because it's
Technically, he wasn't there, as I understand it. Malcolm McDowell and the original, well, the main director, the saucy bits, if we put it that way, was from an Italian director, if I remember things correctly. He was known for doing films where clothing was optional, if we put it that way.
Yeah.
yeah. The problem is because I've seen so many. See, now try to actually recall the bits where I remember seeing so and so dressed as a Roman doing this, but what part, what TV show, what movie it was in. But as someone said, strike him.
Strike him, Wuffy. It also sounds like Elmer Fudd, which tells you when I grew up.
Be very, very quiet. I'm hunting rabbits.
I'm hunting rabbits. Yes, that is one of my favorite ones, is the opera one.
Yes.
Oh my god. Oh, Broomhilda, you're so lovely.
But it's just, I mean, you think about nowadays, they couldn't have a comic like that now, a cartoon like that now, because, take the mickey out of people with a stutter or a speech impediment.
Oh, I know. It's like, oh, come on.
Yeah.
It's not intended for that. That's the thing.
Exactly.
Grand Moff made me laugh because she just put in there one of the funniest lines from Life of Brian.
I need to actually catch up. I'll stick to Carry On Cleopatra. That's probably better on. Yes.
Biggest Stickers is probably the best Roman one.
Angel, I liked. It had a better ending, I think. However, I think Buffy is, on the whole, was a better show.
I enjoyed Angel. I was really disappointed when the Irish guy left, because I thought he was really, really good playing against Charisma Carpenter as Cordelia. And he was like in the very early episodes, and then he left the show for some reason. And I was gutted because it was never quite the same until I had been watching it long enough, where then I sort of started getting more comfortable with it again. But Lorne, the chap that played Lorne, the green guy with the horns, who was like the singer.
Yes, I like him.
He was great.
Uh-huh.
He was great. Bless him. He passed away, that actor, quite young, didn't he?
He had to get the Angel up to sing, and the Angel was singing away because he didn't know it, because he had to
Yeah.
Yeah.
The guy that played Angel, whose name I can't pronounce or even
David
remember.
Duchovny, is that the one? No,
that's from the X-Files.
It's a different one, but I liked him better in the TV show.
My brain. The TV show Bones. Yeah, I've seen a bit of that.
I've got Bones. I love Bones.
Oh, David Boreanaz.
That's it.
I don't dare pronounce that name because
I've got the full 10 DVD.
Yes, I've got Buffy flowing through my veins. Buffy the show, so
yeah,
I know all the actors, most of them.
I've got classic Father Brown. I've got all the Father Browns. So I've even got the American one, which had Bosley. I can't remember the actor's name. I've got him.
Tom something.
Bosley. He was Father Brown, the American one. I've got the classic old, I think it was 70, 72 or 78 ones, and I've got the ones with David Williamson. God, Rory's father in Doctor Who.
Oh yes, I know the actor.
Williamson.
Yeah, we looked him up one night.
Yeah.
And I can't recall his full name now.
It will come to me. One of New York senators looks like the silence. That's only because as soon as people turn away from him, they forget him.
Oh my god.
Hi, Crashes courses, and you need to actually send us the link for your thing just to make sure we're actually all subscribed, because he's going to be set.
Yes, please do send the link and we'll put it in the chat. Yeah.
Because basically you mentioned that in the Rabbi stream, he's changed his name because he's doing a channel until he gets his second channel set up.
Oh, interesting.
Yes, yeah, I pay attention sometimes because I was watching that as well today. So that's what I also was doing. I was messing around different things. So
he's way different than me. I'm just going, what's going on?
Archer, I think that's spot on. Mark Williams, I think that's the actor's
Mark
name.
Williams, that's it. That's it, Mark Williams. He played Father Brown, and I preferred that one. I know it was a bit. It was watered down a bit compared to the old ones because it was basically it was, I suppose, more to Alexa, shut up. Shut up. Alexa, shut up. That's because I forget I changed its name because I went to try and get it to K9, but you're only limited to what you can't put your own word in. So obviously I've used another word and it basically picked it in. So,
but you're not, because we can't change we can change our wake words to like, we have 3 options.
Yes.
But you can't make up your own yet, can you?
I know, no, that's what I went into.
Gutting.
I ended up changing it on mine's only. The other 2 are still Alexa. See, I can see it now.
Yeah, but
mine will probably come on now.
Deliberate, like, conspiracy theory stuff going on in the background there from these big, like, voice commanded home appliances. It's because they knew every single one of us geeks would get them, and everybody would get computer do this, computer do that, and we would obviously get was the Majoral Roddenberry, because it's her that is the computer.
Major Roddenberry, yeah.
Yes, she basically, up until recently, she was in every iteration of Star Trek movies a lot because she played the voice of the computer. So even the animated series she was in, even ones that she wasn't in as an actress, she was the voice of the computer. So she was in majority until recently. Then they've decided, no, we don't want the old one. Do Nams eat Nam bread? I'll get your card to answer that one. See, Jakar, I loved him, and he basically guy. See, I'm terrible with the name because, like mine, it's a foreign name, and I got enough problems with even Italian names. As he was just a fantastic, and he was just so recognisable, even under all that makeup.
Yep,
he was just one of the great ones. I'm just trying to catch up.
I'm still tapping with one hand because I've got a little kitty sleeping on my arm here.
The Patricia Tolman stuff, she's actually been doing rounds with quite a few YouTubers. And I've only seen 2 of them, but she's like really passionate and she seems to really want to talk to people and engage. Like,
who is that? Sorry.
Patricia Tallman, is that not the one that played?
She's the redhead.
She's Talia Winters.
Yes.
Oh God, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, she was brilliant. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, that's awesome.
I would highly recommend sit down and watch it. Obviously, I won't know which one you watch, but the 2 ones I've seen.
No, it was Lita Alexandra. Yeah. Talia Winters was the blonde. It was Lita Alexandra, the one that eyes went black. Short, red hair.
So, she was the really super powerful one because of her boyfriend at the Psychor Academy. he became like top tier level beyond, and
he became an energy being.
Yeah, and he provided her with enough power, so she used
Plus,
to be like a
plus
mid-tier.
the Vorlons.
Yeah.
Yes, I can see her photo now. Yes, I
Yeah.
see. Yeah, that's awesome that she's doing that. She's coming on with YouTubers and says, I noticed Colin said she was on with Fat Steven.
Yeah, I
great.
watch Fat Steven. It's every so often. It's just because literally I do have a lot on. I know it doesn't sound like I'm watching TV, but I do watch them, and I always nip in for for as much as I can. But because I'm actually back to work, which is an absolute pain in the backside, actually having to travel to from work.
It's so annoying, isn't it?
Yeah.
Having this whole work thing.
Colin is on it. It was Jason Ironheart, which was Lita.
Jason Ironheart, yeah, that's one of the ones I watched. Basically, when he became the mind, basically, and he says, "I will see you in a million years," and then shut off. I watched that one again. So I did. Where best because it was the best of Bester.
It
was that whole
Bester character because before that he was Chekhov. He was Chekhov, and suddenly it's like he's coming into your world like Bester. It's like, whoa, wait.
Yeah, it was a total
goofy, nice, friendly, helpful. Suddenly it's like, who's this?
It was a good character because, as you say, I mean, it was so totally opposite to Chekhov.
Yeah, I've heard the Space Cadets, but I've never seen any. I have, but I watched the one with Bester, and yeah, as you said, he comes across even with the silly things like Mr. Garibaldi. That's physically impossible. And he goes from the big smile to the quickly when he.
That one line, that scene. By this time, you'd grown with the character Garibaldi, so you knew already he would be thinking these things. It's almost, even though it doesn't, it's almost fourth wall breaking.
Yeah. Because
everyone in the audience would assume that Garibaldi would not like Bester whatsoever.
Yeah.
And he just turns around and says, Mr. Garibaldi, that's physically not possible.
Yes, but it's the fact is when Garibaldi walks out, he goes from just switch because he's just messing with them, and as soon as he turns around and walks away, he just very serious face as if I'll get him. And it was that you could just see the switch getting switched off with him. He's just and that's why I like that scene, just because you went from the have a laugh and a joke until I'll get you, and you could see how Bester was not somebody to mess with.
Yep. Yeah. Well, I will say that Garibaldi is also definitely not one to mess with.
You know, Garibaldi always made me think of Bruce Willis. I don't know why, but they have the same like edginess energy about them.
You only say that because of your own hairline, but I agree with you when
Jerry
Doyle has that edginess, he has that suave, he has that presence that you can tell.
A little bit of roguishness, a little bit of yeah.
Overall, it's so difficult to pick. Even a random guest in Babylon 5 and saying, "Oh, you have to find one favorite." It's like, no, this is an ensemble, and the entire story is an opera. You're meant to watch it from the first episode all the way to the end. Even though I'm not a fan of the fifth season, it still has good quality there.
Yes, exactly, Colin.
Yeah.
Nope.
And Cam. I'm not a big music fan. I don't own any music. I'm terrible for music.
It's going to be one guest and one subject. So he's going to have guests on just to talk about the subjects that they do love. So that's a lovely idea.
I'll still be actually. I think that's a really good idea because
it sounds like a really good idea, but I would not know what favorite topic to pick. I'm a metal geek, gaming nerd, sci-fi nerd, fantasy nerd, book nerd, comic book nerd. Picking one will be difficult.
Yeah. See, I'm terrible. I've just got so many interests that I can't pick one. So I've literally, I know, as my father used to say, I'm a jack of all trades, master of none.
I'm
Although he
perfectly
didn't
happy
use
with
Jack,
that.
he used my surname in that place. Oh, well, actually, I've said it before. I'm a Jack and Ellie of all trades, master of none. That's what my dad used to say because I was interested in so many things and I would bits and
Yeah.
pieces that I do like.
But you see, I prefer to know a significant amount. I wouldn't say that, oh, I'm sort of vaguely familiar. I like to know a lot about a lot of topics rather than just having one singular topic and knowing nothing about anything else.
Yep. Well, I'm the same. I basically anything that catches my interest, I'll watch a lot about it, read about it, and stuff like that. That's why I
Mhm.
like the ancient alien stuff, Dungeons and Dragons. I watch all these things.
We're the same. I mean, we love the ancient aliens. We love the UFO docs. We love so many different things. I mean, I definitely have very strong thoughts for sure, where I've invested a lot more of my time in those shows. So I'm going to know a little bit more about those and,
Yeah.
you know, be more comfortable talking about those. But like you said, PJ, I've dabbled in so many different, you know, sort of interests that I know like a little about a lot of different things. And
Yeah.
I'd love to have the time to learn more about those as well.
Yeah.
And then the time is just the factor really. And no winning lottery ticket. That's the issue.
Yeah, that's
I
the
need a winning
problem.
lottery ticket
You
so
certainly
I can
do
I can go away, go up in the
Oh.
hills somewhere.
If I win
we
the
can have our
lottery
library.
ticket, I need to be barred from Forbidden Planet, all the hot toys online shopping stores, because I would just spend
Oh,
all of it, and
excuse
then it's
me.
like I have all the toys but no place to put it.
But see,
Which is one of my favorite quotes, which is going something along the line: "You can't have everything. Where would you put it?"
I basically I
I
would just
don't
have a bigger
need.
warehouse.
I'd want like what I would want would be like a huge, not so huge that, you know, it's stupidly huge, but big enough so I could have themed rooms. I could have like a Star Trek room. I could have a big Scooby-Doo library with the mystery door, the slidey doors.
With the
In the
van,
in the
with the
in
van
the
part there.
yeah. I'd want you know, like a Buffy the Vampire Slayer room, classic Hammer horror. It would be impossible to decorate just one place because we have so many interests between us. We love the X-Files. I mean, there's so much.
Yeah, I'll be the same, but if I would ever have a location for storing my geeky stuff, I would probably think something along the line of Warehouse 13, the TV show, if you've ever seen it.
Warehouse 13. Perfect. You know, I've always said if I had the cash, I would have same idea, separate rooms. So the doors would actually match as well. So if I was going into my doctor room, I would be going in through a TARDIS, and it
And
would be decorated.
Star Trek room with the slidey
The
door
Star
and
Trek
going.
room, it would have the panel.
Yep.
Warehouse 13, it would be like the Warehouse 13 doors. Basically, the big door with a wee door handle coming in it, that type of thing. And I would have it laid out like that. So I would have Warehouse 13 bits and pieces on
Oh
shelves like
yeah.
that. And I would have the doctors. I would have a control. I would have a console, but it would be controlling the lights. It would be controlling the TV, the DVD player, the computer. I would have them all in each room, and the
Yeah.
same idea. When it'd be started, it'd be the classic, and it'd be a case of Kirk's chair, just
Oh
control it
yeah.
with the bits and
The
pieces, and it would be the big view screen. You just sit back, just sit and watch whatever I want. It would be things like that, and I've always wanted that. But it's the same idea. Yes, each room would have to be. So yes, you would have a Firefly room. You would, but my rooms would be a lot of them, but very small rooms because there's so many things I would want for each of them.
You see, the one firm idea I have, and it's kind of part of my retirement plan and everything, when I moved to the last house ever and everything, because I do have projectors and everything. I'm used to have a nice, decent home cinema, but obviously getting retired and everything, I would definitely build my home cinema like the bridge on the next generation.
Now, see, mine would be classic. Mine would be classic Star Trek.
You're talking the red seats and like popcorns everywhere and the sliding curtains.
Yeah. I would have the Kurt's chair where everything in the handles. So it would, mine would be Kurt's chair, and it would be the classic one. Yeah, I know it looks a bit cheesy with all the flashing lights and stuff like that. And
no, we'd have to have that.
The next gen would have the screens and stuff like that.
And it would have the shh sound with the doors and everything. It's got to have that.
Yes.
The other thing we've talked about too is it'd be awesome to have like a built-out full-size TARDIS as the entrance to the house, so it looks like you're going into the TARDIS, and then obviously it all opens up.
Those two doors.
It all opens
the
up.
Other two doors.
Yeah.
Yes.
That would be fantastic.
I've always wanted that for the end of the hall leading up here, but because I maybe it's also my wife's business, so it's not as if it's just my part of the house. I couldn't do that, but I would love that. So you open the two doors in, and two doors at the back would fold in, and then coming back in and out, even up and down the hall. So you just shut it, and it just looks like you've got that next to it, so nobody knows there's anything up the back. But, yeah, I can't do that, unfortunately, but I would love to. And that's the thing about, we all have wishes, so the lottery win, we already know.
You could both have your all your stuff there. That would be so awesome.
See, if you ever do get your TARDIS built, right?
Yeah.
At the back of it, you put I've already thought of this. It's sensors, so it's basically just small screens all the way up, and at the other side of the sensors are cameras. So as you look through the back, it shows you what's out the other end.
Oh, neat! Yeah, that would be cool.
It looks like it's not attached to the building because you look through. So you would it would be in it. You can't reach in because there's a gap, but you would see what's at the other side. So during the day, you would look through and there's cameras pointing, and that's all you would see is what's at the other side. So if there's two people going like that, either side, you would see them because of the camera and sensors.
That would be so awesome.
About stuff like that just
well, you're not alone there. You're not alone there. One of the things that was so much fun about the Doctor Who experience in Cardiff, it was there obviously for quite a few years, and we used to go down every time there was a new Doctor change. We'd do the annual pilgrimage down, to Cardiff and go to it. But one of the displays was so much fun, and I think it was from Matt Smith's Doctor. It was a TARDIS set that you walked in and the floor moved and the sound and everything. And then Matt Smith was like a pre-recorded Matt Smith's face would come through the portholes and be shouting orders at you, and you'd have to move the levers and the different things would happen.
Yeah.
Honest to God, they were like, we were both like two, children, absolute children. If I could have gone back 50 times, I would have gone back 50 times.
My wife was laughing at me when I did it because I went through it and there was kids going through it, and it was me and the kids. Yeah. And so my wife was standing back and their parents were standing back, and we were all giving it all that, and I was just going, oh. So she was giving it the
yes, lovely.
Very nice.
Yes.
Lovely. I cried when that news broke that it was going, that they let the lease sort of expire, and then it went, and then the lease went to someone else, to some other
you knew that was actually
business.
not going to come back after that.
I mean, I mean, to be honest, the last few years, I don't think I would have probably been too keen about going down anyway.
Yeah.
But I think
You
up until
could have
that
worn
point,
your
it
rainbow
was.
braces.
I always think of Mork and Mindy
So they
when I think of rainbow braces.
The reason I think of Mork and Mindy is because Mork dressed
Nanu,
like
Nanu.
that. And Mindy was called Pam Dauber.
Yep.
And so every time I think about it, I think there's a Dauber dressed like Mork. Mork and Mindy. Shadbert.
Shazbad, that's right.
But yeah, I love Mork and Mindy. Because my dad loved it, and he caught some of the stuff that I didn't. And I would be saying, "What are you laughing at?" Because he would say things like, "It's not wonderful, it's tutorful." And I'd say, "What are you laughing at?" And then he would have to explain it to me. And then, "Oh, right, not wonderful, it's tutorful. 1, 2, it's better than 1." And I'm sitting there thinking, no idea what you're laughing at, but my dad's sitting there noting himself.
Yeah.
And even when there's sandwich and my dad's noting himself, and I'm sitting there thinking, yeah, it's funny. He's got, instead of 2 bits of bread and the meat in the middle, he's got 2, because he says a ham sandwich is effectively 2 bits of meat with the bread in the middle, because that's what it describes, a ham sandwich. If you want it the other way, it is a bread sandwich. Sandwich is 2 bits of meat. So my dad's noting himself that, and I'm thinking it's mildly funny. He's got the sandwich the wrong way. He says, no, he's did it. He's literally taken it literally. A ham sandwich. And I could never understand it, but my dad explained it, and as he explained it and I was watching it, I started to understand it a lot more. I was a bit younger then. I was in my teens.
Yeah, my dad was the same, but he was more cheeky on picking out the literal part of it. So whenever I said stuff like, I'll be back in 2 seconds, he just started counting. And I know I've picked it up in my later years, but people say 2 seconds, I just start going 1, 2.
It's the same idea. I'd say to my dad, do you know what I don't understand? He would say, Russian. Aye, but that's not his meaning. He says, do you understand Russian? No, he would take you in a sidetrack because you said something that could mean anything. He was very literal with it. I picked that up because I used to get him back, and that's where I get into trouble, mostly because I'll take someone literally when I want to annoy them. So whatever they say, I do it literally. Because if they ask for a piece of cake, I give them a piece of cake.
Yep.
I don't like 2 bits of bread with their cake, because it's a piece of cake. Yes, and it's only when I want to annoy them. Otherwise, I actually know what they're talking about. But see, when you're wanting to annoy someone, being literal is fun. And my dad taught me that, so I'm okay with that.
Yeah, that is interesting, because the Google Assistant I had to turn off on my phone because it was getting interesting with the two going at the same time.
Yes. Well, I've heard people actually asking both of them the same question and the different answers come out. Yes, but I don't have the Google one, so I'm okay with that. And I've switched the Alexa's name to something different.
Talking about getting different responses, I had 2 dots, and it started getting so annoying that I had to actually just get rid of one, because I could stand literally in the middle where both could hear me. And I asked the same question. I will get 2 different answers.
Interesting. That's conspiracy theory territory right there.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Ranger Marcus.
Ranger Marcus. Basically the reason they killed him off, I think they remember at the end. No, he didn't get killed off. Sorry, the reason they were going to kill him off, but the reason they did is because Claudia wasn't coming back. Because remember, he was good. She sacrificed. He was about to sacrifice himself, and it was all to do with that. So it was all to do with the Claudia Christensen thing. What was happening? Been a wee while, so.
Here she is. Oh, she's coming back.
Yeah. Well, my
Come on
two are
back down.
actually through. They're not through here, which
Come on
is
back down.
unusual.
She
for my
definitely
two.
knows mom is up to stuff and not
Yeah.
giving her full attention.
Oh, no. I think she wants to go down. She wants to get down. Oh, no. She wants to get on the computer. You going to do something in the chat? You going to put something in the chat?
Aye.
Oh,
on, sweet
that look that she had at that moment is like, curse you, woman. It was kind of like Stevie from, what is it?
Yeah.
Family Guy.
That's what
Yeah.
you get for
Like,
being
curse you,
so
woman.
cute.
Put me down. I'm trying to rule the world.
Yeah.
Yes.
The
Yes,
best
exactly.
one, the best answer Mr. Morden got was, "Do you know what I want? I want to live just long enough that I can see your head in a pint and I can go, can you help with that, Mr. Morden? Can you make that
That's
happen?"
the
Beer, yeah. But yeah.
that's probably
Chris
the
Willis
first
Knight,
time I
yeah.
realized that he did carry a lot of darkness underneath everything. Despite everything you see, that he's struggling, he wants to get better. The clip you shared today is one of those brilliant ones where you see that he's under stress, but that thing, the description when Morden is asking him, "What do you want?" That was just pure darkness. It was literally, you got afraid of Veer for the first time.
Yeah, it was nice to see Veer finally sort of grow a pair, as it were.
Even right up at the end, he basically never lost that naivety.
Yeah.
Did you look at what happened at the end where with the Emperor and what happened because of Veer?
Yeah, but
Too much.
Veer's arc was brilliant, though.
It was.
Really, really excellent.
Yep.
Oh.
I need to actually check that
Which
one
one,
out.
babe?
But I usually do check them out.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I do appreciate that point of useless information because I keep getting called that as well. So I do.
Yeah, I might be guilty of being accused of that as well.
I don't think it's useless. The way I look at it, it's not useless information. It's just information people need to know.
Yep. I'm more along the line of I just have the curiosity. I like to learn something, even if it's something I never use. And I know that a couple of weeks back, I did have a T-shirt saying another day's passed and I didn't use algebra once. But it still could be useful. You don't know. So for me, I would say I'm probably leaning more on it's my curiosity, my curious nature that makes me just explore. Probably was drawn into sci-fi because you know pretty much by the age of 10 most of the world. That's a tree, that's a road, that's a car, don't stand in front of it, those kind of things. That's not a friend, that's a bully, these things. But when you get into...
Just don't get them mixed up.
Yeah.
That's a tree, don't stand in front of it. That's a car, don't climb on it.
Exactly, and don't stand under a falling tree, by the way. I would not recommend it.
Well, nearly get hit with one, but we get saved by 300 yards. I know it sounds silly, but we were playing golf. We hit the ball and it landed, and as soon as the two balls had landed, the tree went landed right on top of them. So, as I said, we get saved by about 300 yards. But if we had walked that 300 yards, we would have been standing there as the tree went.
Talking about that, this was on BBC News. It didn't make it onto the TV, but there is, you can go on BBC News and find this. It was a man, unfortunately, getting killed by a flying cement block that came from 3 kilometers away from an exploding gas power station.
Oh my
3
God.
kilometers, 3,000 meters, 9,000 yards. And that cement block just flew, boom, into his flat, killed him. Extremely sad, but that is like, really? I thought that had to be fake news, but
no. But
it was on
basically,
BBC.
think about the explosion. It throws it up.
It's just one of those rare
right.
occurrences.
Kelly, right, hold on. That's my paper. It's only because I don't use pepper and anything, so my salt is through in the kitchen.
We've got those.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've got the little Tarte salt and pepper shakers. Yeah.
I don't have the Dalek one, but I do have that.
No, I'd love to get the Dalek ones.
I've got my Dalek Sec and TARDIS mini diecast. Unfortunately, when I had originally bought them, I thought it was the salt and pepper.
That's nice.
But it wasn't. It was just the diecast one.
That's nice, though.
So
it's nice, yeah.
But unfortunately, I wanted it. But I've also got Spider-Man salt and pepper shaker, and that's in a box somewhere. And it's the same idea. It's Spider-Man and Venom. So it's Spider-Man's the salt, Venom's the pepper. Surprise, surprise. So I do have them, and I do like them. I still think that's a fantastic figure. So
it really is. I mean, the quality of this figure is lovely, and it broke my heart really to take him off the card. You know, out of the container.
Oh, come on! You love having him on the show.
Yeah.
Oh, I do. Yeah, that's why it still breaks my heart to take him out of the box. But
sometimes
I'm
you need to do
tempted to go get a second one. Yeah.
So you do. He's out my box.
Yeah.
But
he's he's got some great detail on him. He's even got, you know, the suit detail is lovely.
Boots.
This is one of those. This was one of the Mego anniversary figures, I think. They call it. I think I have the card. He came on down here. Oops. There it is.
Seems we were talking about him earlier.
Oh, nice. That's a nice figure. Yeah. Nice sculpt on the face.
Yeah.
There he is.
Hairline.
Don't know if you can see that.
Yeah.
That's the card. And then it's got the...
Yeah.
And I can see.
Hazard. Joking Hazard.
Basically, not a toy for children.
Right.
Darren had the perfect comment for that. He said he wants to see a Darth Vader figure labeled choking hazard.
No, that's a perfect one. And I saw you sneaking up one of my favorites in B5 there, PJ.
Colin says you need to walk up to the Star Trek door and say whoosh to make it open.
Yeah.
Whoosh. Right. This is one I put up, but I put it on schedule, so I'm going to actually share it on the screen. I put this on share, so I need to put the audio in. Right. So I'm just going to put it up, and it's this one.
Captain! Commander! Can we talk?
Can we talk?
The Centauri government will not tolerate such insults.
Well, it's just a doll. It wasn't even made by us. Look at the tag. It's probably being made by somebody down in the bazaar.
It's a mockery. It doesn't even have any attributes.
Okay, Colin's asking that in the chat.
Do I have to spell it out for you?
Oh, I see. So you feel like you're being symbolically cast in the bad light.
Well put.
Look here, if I have to go back to my...
Why do I have all of these dolls removed at once, please?
Thankfully, they didn't.
Thank you for the sensitivity, Captain. I do not lie when I say this could have been a major embarrassment for all concerned.
Oh, I'm sure.
Here's the thing, because I know how geeks are. That prop in the TV show, how much money do you think it's worth today?
Oh God, I can imagine.
It's a little bit.
You can guarantee that prop is what led to them. They basically got some of the figures they'd already had out there. So I've got them. See, when I was watching that one today, so I'd cut it into one, and it was because, and I was not myself giving it there. I've got him.
Oh, that's a gorgeous figure.
It is. Even look at the outfit as well. It's typical
Wow.
Robbie.
That's really
Well,
good.
Yep. It's really, really good, I must admit. And I've got a few other ones, but they're all still in the packets. So I have to take them out. Those two are there, but I took them out because they were a completely different setup than the other one. So it's got the
Cam,
bits and bobs.
Cam's put in the chat, I would be ecstatic to have all of you on. That includes all the fine people in the chat. So please think about it, and I'll be in touch or reach out to me on Twitter at CamCam. That is how many nines? 6 9s? CamCam.
Just phone the police twice. 9999999.
That reminds me of the IT crowd episode. Da, 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 da. You remember the phone number that he was singing?
I can't remember. It's been a while. Anytime I think about the IT crowd, it's a case of help. My computer is on fire.
Yes. Fire! Exclamation point.
Exactly.
Fire.
And he's just
Exclamation
saying it out, and it's just I thought, yep, I can actually just picture. The problem is the reason I can picture that is because I'm in IT. I'm on the phone to someone, and they'll give it put my password in, and this is my password as I'm typing it, and I'm typing this buttons as well, and I'll press enter, and then I'll click this button and do it. You don't need to explain everything you're doing. I've just asked you to put your password in. They'll say things like,
I do that.
It's asking me for my password, so I will put in MYPASS.
Yep, I come
And they're
across.
sitting there thinking, you don't tell anybody, don't say it out loud in case anybody hears you, even if you're sitting in the house. Do not say it out so I can hear you, but it's a case of it's capital M, Y, capital P.
I don't do that.
The ampersand.
I do the other
as
one.
they're pressing the keys,
You'd be
tell them what they
surprised
say
how
them.
many people
Oh,
since the 90s when I started with the early frontline support. Now I'm far from the frontline, but there was like M I 1 2 3 exclamation mark B. Don't talk out loud. I don't need to know your password to help you.
It's the same case if they do that as well. Then they'll say, right, I've got an email and it says it's from you. Do I open it? Well, I just said I would send you an email with a link to run. Okay, there's a link in it. Will I press it? Well, I just said I sent you an email for a link to run. It's asking me, do I want to run it? I just said, I've said, it's now asking me to confirm it. Do I confirm it? I just sent you the link with up. And it's that type of thing. It's a case of click, right, do I do this? Click, it says, okay, yes or no. Well, what's it asking you? Do you want to continue? Yes! And it's click, click, click. Oh, it's asking this. What's it saying? Okay to continue. Is there any other buttons? No. And it's the line by line. It's the click by click, and it's every single question it asks to read it out. It's the same idea I've been in, and if somebody said, I've been sitting waiting 2 hours for you to come in, my computer's got an error. It says, what does it say? It says, press OK to continue. What is it doing? Well, it was an email I had to run, a thing I got from the corporate, and they told me to run it, and it's asking me if it's okay. It says, is there any other options? No, it just says okay to continue, and it says you've sat there for 2 hours because and I've got a theory. It's a perception filter because it's on the computer. No matter what language you're in, that is another language you're seeing on the computer. You can read in English, it's in German. You can read in German, it's in French. If you can read in French, it's in Russian. And it's literally it's a perception filter because you come in and it says okay to continue, and you've only got one button, can't do anything else, and you've just run something and it says okay to continue, and you sit there for 2 hours for somebody to come in and say press okay.
But we grew up in the glory days of IT. Keyboard not found. Press F2 to continue.
Yeah.
That always amused me.
Yeah. I'm just laughing at the Grand Moff where Londo was cheating, and you could see the thing coming up, and somebody put his cup down on top of it, and it.
Yep. Did it
Those are.
sound in
Have you
it?
seen the statues with the six? Well, those are things. Yes, that's the mating parts of a Centauri. And he was using it as cheating cards.
They had so much fun with that. Yeah, that was great.
I think they all just looked as if they were having fun with it when they were
his
doing it.
behavior, the actor, his name is. He's been in so much, but the way every situation they put him in with the script for the episode, he just embraces it so fully. It is like you really love seeing him on the screen, whether or not it's something shocking and horrible, like when they're bombarding the planet, or when he's enjoying his time with friends and they're having a party and he's getting absolutely smashed. All of this, he's so brilliant. Oh dear. We talked about IT crowd and suddenly the ladies just started talking about shoes.
Yes, I saw.
Oh, you don't remember the episode with the IT crowd with Jen when she sees the red shoes in the window and she's kind of like her face is pressed against the window and they don't have them in her size. So she ends up getting a size smaller.
Like,
we were just laughing about that the other day.
Anytime I think about the one with Jen, I think about the internet. Don't press that button.
Oh, we were laughing about that the other day too. The elders of the internet have given you special permission to use this. Oh my god!
All the bit when she thought the guy had died and he's sitting in the top of the car and his head just it basically is the bush, and she just sees the head flying across the top of the hedge, and she's sitting there going because she thought he had died, and he's just sitting there. It's things like that, or else I've opened a browser and he turns around, oh my god, how many have you opened? Just one or two. It's basically all the adverts popped up.
I remember that, yeah.
Yeah. My dad used to wonder why I used to call him.
She had
Jen.
all the malware popping up everywhere, yeah. Oh, and the goth played by as Miranda's put in.
The Mighty Bush actor.
Yes.
Yeah, he's a stand-up comedian. He's very gothish-ish in the ones I've seen, but this is like a good 15 years ago since I last saw him on Hammersmith. But yeah, that is a really good humorous TV show, and especially if you work in IT. You don't have to be an IT geek, but if you work in IT in some shape or form and you haven't seen the IT crowd, you should definitely go and see it. Noel Fielding,
Noel Fielding, correct, yeah. Is that it? The Mighty Boosh, yeah.
I've got the IT crowd.
I've not seen that, actually.
I've seen a few of them. So I have, but yeah, I picked that up last week. That was in my collection.
Wasn't he on Nevermind the Buzzcocks as well? I used to love that show back in the day.
See, I liked it as well. It's the same idea. One of these quiz shows where they used to have a laugh and a joke. And
especially at the
funny
line. Voice it, have I got news for you?
Yep.
Yeah, with Angus Deaton, Paul Merton and Ian Hislop.
Ian Hislop, yeah.
Yes.
But they were three of them were fun, and then when Angus Deaton sort of took the nosedive because of what he had done. I think he got caught with a prostitute or something.
God,
I know, remember. And it ruined his career, and people basically stopped.
Was he a regular?
He was the
the host.
He was the host.
Oh,
and the two of them were team captains, and then once because even when he'd been on after it, they took the mickey out of him, and he just sort of rolled with it.
Wasn't then they had they had
random ones after that.
Yeah, I know the one you mean. Yeah, he was very good. He was a good host.
Yep.
He was quite young, wasn't he? He was very young looking.
He was. Because Angus Deaton was also Rowan Atkinson. He used to do a lot of stuff with Rowan Atkinson on stage.
Okay.
So a lot of the Mr. Bean bits and some of the Not 9 O'Clock News, if you saw him on stage, Angus Deaton was the one who would be on stage doing the other part. So, like, for instance, the bit where remember the Mr. Bean one where he's taking a test and he's sitting there going and giving it all this and he's writing it down and they're sitting and they ask him about the second page and he's going and he's trying to find the second page and it's basically he's trying to cheat because he just doesn't understand it, and it's Angus Deaton on stage doing that one with him. So I'd seen it before. I'd seen it.
All right. Cool.
And Angus Deaton was also in Coupling, Stephen Moffat's Coupling.
Was he?
He was in a couple of episodes, but it's only wee bits because basically one of the girls had Susan had a thing about Angus Deaton, and Steve had a thing about what was her name? Hislop? No. Oh God, I can't even remember her name. It's no Hislop. It's come on, guys, in the chat.
Which one?
The girl who was in Coupling. Basically,
I haven't seen that.
Steve had a crush on her. She was a newsreader or a reporter, and it was basically a similar idea to things that Angus Deaton did. And there's a part where the two of them meet, and they basically it's taking Mickey out of the fact that Jeff had said that so many people fancy Angus Deaton and so many fancy, I can't remember her name, and they says if they two ever meet, it'll be all that sexual attraction come together. And then there's a bit where the two of them meet, and she's got a can of Coke and or a glass, and she spills it, and she says, "Oh, I'm really sorry." She says, "Don't worry, it happens to us all." And she says, "Why did you say that?" And he goes, "I don't know." It was implying all that sexual energy. I can't remember who it was, but Coupling. So, I keep on going to say Pamela. It's something like Pamela Hislop, but it's not. For some reason, a name like that stuck in my head.
I'm afraid I haven't seen Coupling. I've seen images of the sort of cover of the set. It's definitely on our list, though, because we'll definitely
Coupling, the first 3
check that out,
seasons.
because Moffat wrote that.
Yeah. Season 4 is junk. The first 3 seasons, and it sort of ends at that. Yes, you can go into the 4th season, but Richard Cole leaves, and it is not as funny without him.
Coupling has one of the actors. Because I had to check it because I know I've seen a few of the episodes, but not fully. But Gina Bellman is in Leverage, a TV show where basically a lot of scam artists are becoming a bit more, shall we say, professional.
She plays Jane. She plays the crazy Jane. So she does. Basically, Coupling is 3 men and 3 women. So 3 female friends and actually they become female friends, but one of them isn't a friend. So they've got 2 friends and they meet this other girl who was one of the guys' girlfriends. And then the 2 guys who are lifelong friends, and one of the other guys is one of the girls' ex-boyfriends. And it's 3 boys, 3 girls, and it's their different size. And Stephen Moffat wrote it with his wife, so the dynamics is
the dynamic is sort of
So you've got Jack Davenport playing Steve, and he's the normal guy. Then you've got Jeff, played by Richard Cole, who's the pervert. Then you've got Ben Miles playing Patrick, who's the God's gift to women, built like a tripod, shall we say. So there's the jokes between the 3 of them, and it's really funny. Then you've got the 3 girls. So you've got Sarah Alexander playing Susan. She's the normal one. Then you've got Kate Islett playing Sally. She's the constantly thinking about her looks, what she eats and stuff like that. It's basically the self-obsessed looks type, exaggerated. It's the same. All the characters are exaggerated. Obviously, you've got the pervert Jeff. You've got the God's gift Patrick. You've got Sally being so obsessed with her looks and her age and what people think. And then you've got Gina Bellman playing Jane, who's an absolute fucking psycho. She's just nuts. So she'll have
Every show needs a psycho.
but it's the fact that she's just so out there. She has no concept. Like, for instance, she goes on about how the guy that she's dating, he keeps on saying, "I'm gay." She says, "So am I." He's have to say, "It's a bit you talking about," but she's thinks she's on a date with him, and he keeps on saying, "No, I'm gay," and she says, "Don't worry, so am I." As if that makes
She's not believing it, yeah.
No, it's the fact that she thinks because the two of them are gay, it doesn't matter if they're male and female, it doesn't matter. It's that type of, she's just got no
Yeah.
concept of other people's realities. It's just a case of, but it's so well done. There's a lot of Doctor Who reference in it because Moffat obviously is a big Doctor Who fan. They even bring the pillows hiding behind the sofa when Steve's doing a big speech. It is just the first 3 seasons I would recommend so very much. 4th season you can ignore. You can watch it.
Yeah,
There's a
we
couple of
will.
okay bits in it,
Let's
but
see if we can
season
get
1,
time
2
to watch that.
are perfect. So there.
Cool.
But yeah, I can't even remember why we actually got into this.
That's the fun of these streams.
Yeah.
You just go with the flow.
Yes. So somebody had mentioned it. Yeah, it was the Gina Bellman. Jim. You'd mentioned Gina Bellman, and that's why I'd gone on to it. And it's the Stephen Moffat stuff. Who did the cooking, the Bake Off?
Yeah, MasterChef always had the big crowd. Yeah, I not fussed on baking per se, so the baking show would never have interested me.
Yeah.
I used to kind of enjoy MasterChef back in the day, like earlier in it, you know.
Yeah. Neil Fielding was in Bake Off, and Mike Bush, which I've got. And yeah, he was Victor Meldrew's neighbour. He was Victor Meldrew's neighbour, Angus Deaton.
Yeah,
so he was.
I think Noel Fielding was presenter alongside of Solveig Totzing for the Bake Off when they changed it up. But like you said, when it comes to MasterChef, I was never really a fan of the UK version because it was always a little bit too scripted and they were like not liking each other. Whereas the MasterChef Australia, it felt like it was like the 24 candidates that got in to try and win it. They were like friends. They were learning together. They were building relationships.
Oh, that's interesting. Yeah. I can't remember if I saw any of the Australian ones or not.
I would definitely recommend it because it has some, at least to me, and this is in the one place where I do not want the dystopian or like, the favorite character in your TV show might die. When it comes to reality shows like this, I rather them being friends competing together and may the best one win.
Yeah, because it's, it gets old and it's not a very nice thing to watch people, being anxious, not only with the task that they're doing, but then to have to be anxious worrying about the other people having to go with them. You don't want to I wouldn't want to watch that. I'd rather watch, like you said, Jim, that them being quite, being more of a team, and sort of helping each other or working together. We have a new account. We have a new person that's jumped in. LDG of Geeks and Joy. So welcome. Thanks for joining us.
Yes, thank you for joining us. Mariella Fostrop was the one in Coupling, where it's Mariella Fostrop that Steve's got the crush on. And Angus Deaton. So Mariella Fostrop pops up in a couple of episodes as well. I think Angus Deaton was in one, but his picture was in a couple of episodes because obviously Susan had the thing about her. But she was in a couple of episodes. She was in one where she has a walk-on part and stuff like that, and she's the part where the two of them meet. So coupling, I would definitely recommend coupling. Mario Ostrop is I'm just trying to see how many episodes she was in. I think she was in 2. Just because the way they actually have them all are she was in 3 episodes. Arg. You have to get a wee sound thing so you can every time he pops up you can do it without see if anybody notices.
Grr, arg.
Yeah.
Yep. It's good to be 8 years old.
Yes.
I will never ever grow up.
Yes.
It's way
Sarah
overrated.
Alexandra was the princess in the game where Rimmer was Lister was cheating, remember? He turned the knight into the one with the wee pony and the chastity belt cheat. Bing! That was she was in that. And there was some fun stuff. But I would definitely recommend coupling. We will do a one on coupling for the first 3 seasons. No interest in the 4th one. I've got the 4th one, but Oliver, who they brought in to replace Jeff, is nowhere near as funny. And they should have just finished at 3. Because there's the Spider-Man song. Fantastic. There's the Spider-Man song. I'll need to actually see if I can get that and see if I can get it on because it's the Spider-Man song from Coupling. It's also you're playing Coupling and the Spider-Man tune, so you've got 2 copyrights. I don't think it would be.
I don't think you'd get away with that one, no.
Get away with it,
but you can signpost it. You can put a link.
Yes, I will get a copy of it and send you it. But just the Spider-Man song with Jeff and Patrick and Steve is that one of the funniest, and that's in season 3. So definitely, I can't actually. I'm going to watch Coupling again. So I need to watch it. If they do homages to Reservoir Dogs, they do stupid things. The giggle loop. I must admit, it's something. They break up the Temple of Womanhood. They split screen it, so you've got the men go to the Temple of Womanhood strip club. The women go to the Temple of Womanhood, the parlor, and get all done up. It's just stupid things like that about how the 2 of them writing as a team. Stephen Moffat and his wife was funny, although I think Stephen Moffat's mother-in-law was the producer or director, so they say it was a family thing. That's why. But however, still would recommend it.
I'm just laughing at something Archer's put in the chat. It's a bit further down.
The groinal attachment is supposed to have a lifetime guarantee, and this is the 3rd one you've worn out. That's the one where he's sitting there going, yeah. That's the one in the car. This is the one. It's the nights. Remember it's when Rimmer has to become Ace.
Yeah.
And the guy comes. He dresses up as the knight from the video game.
Yeah. To give him the courage, to show him that he has the courage to do it.
Yeah.
When we were talking about musical episodes earlier, I was thinking of Red Dwarf and Danny and them all performing
Deeply
that.
Ditty.
Yeah.
Tongue-tied.
That was so funny. That was such a great, and it's not even just funny. It's absolutely entertaining.
And it's
really good.
He's done it. There is a video out there it's got Judge Dredd in it. It's got both Judge Dredds in it. It's got comic book Judge Dredd, and it's got the talk show host Judge Dredd from America, isn't it? It was a Judge Dredd, one of these. I don't know if it was a talk show host or it was a DJ or something.
I don't know.
Dredd. Well, both of them are in it. Going on about their names, but Danny John Jules, and it's he sings tongue tied.
Fantastic.
I will put the link in if I find it because I have watched it a few times, so it is superb.
So the Arnold.
It's away from the Red Dwarf one.
Miranda says, or the Arnold Rimmer song. Oh God, yeah.
Arnold.
Yeah, and I could still see those little those little mini Rimmers I think you've got one, don't you?
I don't have the mini rimmer, unfortunately. I'm just looking for. I've got so much junk. Sorry, I've got so much great stuff sitting here. I don't have junk.
Oh, you don't say.
I have got it. It's probably in there, thing further off. But I've got my H, but I've not got the wee teeny one, unfortunately.
Yes, that would be good to
It
get
would
one of
be.
those.
See, to me, the Funko Pops would be perfect for that because the right size, you can get away with it for having a red rimmer and a blue rimmer.
You see,
Have
when it
5 or
comes to
6
these
of them, so you can do
collectibles,
your own wee dance tune. Your wee video.
I could see it working for that. But anytime I do get interested in getting a model or like a doll is the wrong word, a model or
It's an
a
action
character.
figure. It's not a doll. It's a figure. It's an action figure.
Potato, tomato. No, but anytime I do get like interested, it's like, oh, I really like to get that one. It's like you scroll down and it's like, oh, details, and you get tons of nice pictures. It's like, yeah, it's £1,300.
Yeah.
It's like,
Yeah.
nope.
That's always a major bummer.
Yes.
It's like, okay, then moving on.
Yeah. And
I'm off. I wish I had everything.
I've recently, technically not spam, because I have Gmail as one of my email accounts. You do get the adverts, and there is something called like fan service or something like that. And I know the name is quite inappropriate because fan service in the geek community means something completely different. But
yes, it does. Yeah.
But they do have these amazing models. So like I think it's like a 25-inch Iron Man. And they say, oh, it's only like 99p to get like the first 4 weeks of subscription. So you get
yes, and then you have to rebuild.
But there's like 60 packs that you need to buy. And after the first 4 weeks, the price will increase by £1 per each week. So at the end of it, you're paying, literally, you finished your piece, you have those last missing pieces, and you'll have to pay something like 60 quid for it.
Yeah, that's evil, that is. Absolutely evil.
But they've been doing that for years. It starts off and it costs 10p or a pound, and then by the time it comes to issue 4, it's a tenner each, and it still takes another 20 or 30 weeks just to build it.
Yeah.
But
I stay away from those because I don't trust them not to keep jacking the price up. So
yeah, you would never.
But I think it's beyond evil. I think it is, and
you would never catch.
By the way, but I think it's not just evil. I think it is predatory.
Yeah.
Yes, it is predatory. Absolutely.
But as I said, you would never catch me dead.
You're already dead, mate.
But yeah, I was just digging out my.
Being a hologram wouldn't be so bad. So you'd be like no commuting to work. You can just sort of like transfer yourself there.
Well, that's only if there is a hologram reception at the other end. Remember the Doctor in Voyager?
They eventually got him like that little thing he could wear that would allow him to leave the holodeck. The med.
Yeah.
The mobile
Robert Picardo, I met him several times in real life, and not like, oh, he's sitting behind the desk. I actually had a drink with him. He loves karaoke. I kid you not. This guy loves karaoke.
Oh my god, that's too funny.
Yeah, I basically am
such a lovely character, and he's a massive NASA space nerd as well.
Oh, awesome!
They were trying to launch some kind of space geek. Join us. We will support like the space science and everything. You get like frontline news from NASA and what's going on in the like International Space Station and all that. It was quite good, but I think it kind of like trickled off. I haven't heard anything basically since lockdown. That kind of makes sense.
Oh, yeah. That sounds really cool. Yeah. He sounds like a lovely guy.
Well, yes, basically, that was the one member I was telling you. We were at a Comic-Con, and he was walking there. My daughter actually slagging me, calling me a fanboy because I saw a Dalek, and I went running after her, and I turned around, and she's giving it the and I looked round, and there's Robert Picardo waving at her, and she's and get off, and she's after slagging me about it. But even when she met her, basically, he says, she, as we come up, because the two of us were getting a picture, he says to me, "You stand at my back." Huh? So he's standing with my daughter, and then I'm behind him. And sort of, obviously, she was the one that was actually, you could just see that she wanted the picture with him, and I was in. So he just, the way he stood, he sort of stood with his back to me, and the two of them were standing facing each other, and I'm at the back. The three of us, it's fair enough, we were doing the Vulcan salute and stuff like that. It's just fun, and he's got the t-shirt on. You never forget your first Doctor t-shirt, but it had no concept it was a Doctor Who t-shirt.
Yes.
On it.
I think I've seen that picture of him wearing that shirt. Yeah.
But yeah, he's a really nice guy. Basically, he is.
I loved his character in Voyager. I mean, he just stole the show when he was on camera, and also in First Contact, he was brilliant.
Yeah, and even it was great in Stargate.
I can't remember. You're talking about the film or the TV series?
TV series. It wasn't in the film, but it was in the TV series. He's been in so many wee bits and pieces.
I haven't seen enough of those.
I've seen some of the stuff. He was in what was it? Inner Space. The one with Martin Short.
Gosh, that's a blast. Inner Space. God, I haven't heard about that one in a while.
He's the cowboy. So
really?
I'm sure he actually plays cowboy, but he's also been in a couple other things that he's played weird characters in as well.
When has Martin Short played a weird character? But this
I'm
one,
talking about
I had to check, and we got Dennis Quaid and Meg Ryan. For me, that is a good start for a cast, especially since Robert Picardo is also in it.
Yep. Definitely.
Okay, take care, Cam, and look after your back and get some rest. Thanks so much for coming in and hanging with us for a while.
And stay away from the tramadol. It will knock out all pain, but it will have some severe side effect when you get off it.
Definitely.
Yeah, it's scary. Yeah, and good luck with your channel. And that sounds like a fantastic idea. So we'll definitely hit you up.
Yeah, definitely. It depends what day it's on, because I've got a stream on a Wednesday, a Saturday, and a Sunday at night. Just obviously because I need to actually be very careful. I don't.
You're a busy
because we're a bunch of masochists. We are, I think.
Yeah. It's literally. I felt it this week. Work was really pushing my schedule really hard, and then trying to catch up on Resident Alien, which is just Alan Tudyk is
funny.
Going.
I was watching the episode with Resident Alien from the guys from Ancient Aliens.
Oh, that was amazing.
Oh, what's his name?
It's aliens. Everybody's seen the meme. It's aliens.
Something like Terry O'Quinn or something like that.
Yeah,
he's the one with the spiky hair.
Yep.
He was in it playing himself. It was just fun. Just seeing him, he could actually have he's got a humour about it because he knows what people think, and he actually plays himself. They didn't take the piss out of him. They just basically, he was in as a guest star just with Alan Tudyk.
Yeah.
But
I was just sitting there giggling the whole time I saw it, because I've seen the memes. I didn't follow. I've never seen the TV shows that he's done.
I've seen them. I've seen a lot.
But I've seen all the memes. I'm not saying, but it's Alien. So I kind of got the gist of what kind of character it would already be.
Yeah.
Right or wrong, I don't care. And if you're a meme or became a meme, and then it's good fun. And overall, and I know it's spoilers, we're supposed to talk about it tomorrow, but overall, the Resident Alien TV show is not pulling punches. It is poking fun at everyone and everything.
Yeah.
And it's not afraid, which is kind of refreshing to see from Sci-Fi Channel. It's a sci-fi original. And I thought,
yes, that's right.
Since Sci-Fi went to sci-fi list, they kind of like tanked. There was no real content, no real quality, because they used to churn out tons of. Okay, it wasn't the best, but it was actually made with love. A lot of the TV shows, contents, and films and everything, sci-fi, not sci-fi, produced back in the day. They were made with love. They knew
Yes.
we are a channel for people that are geeks. They want spaceships and battles and aliens and conspiracy theories and all that. But this one was a refreshing surprise.
It was. And Grand Moff, yes, he was in both Stargate, but Atlantis he actually got to be in command. So he went from the type of character he was, the pen pushing type, to become a more major character. And sorry, Terry O'Quinn, remember the one that played Locke in Lost?
It's been a while.
But the guy I'm talking about is Giorgio. I can't even pronounce this. It's terrible. This guy.
I'm suddenly feeling less bad about being able to pronounce Angel's actor name.
David Boreanaz.
Yeah.
That's like Raxacoricofallapatorius.
I hate all of you.
I used to be able to say that, but it's only because people kept asking me.
The one I can never pronounce is the Mighty Jagrafest one. The whole thing.
That
kills me. I can't get that one.
That's him there.
You should have pulled one up. Because
that guy, yes.
It's Colin. I'm not saying it's aliens, but
it's aliens. Yeah, that's a popular meme.
That's his name there.
Yes, I know who you mean now.
I can't pronounce that.
I'm going to try this, and he's going to sue me, but Giorgio A. Tsoukalos.
I'll give you that. Basically, I have no idea, but yeah, that sounds better than anything I was trying to attempt.
Yeah, I'm going to get banned. He's going to sue me for it. It's like, how dare you butcher my name? But yeah, I thoroughly enjoyed that scene. Well, it's an extended multiple scenes, but it's like, I know this guy from the memes, know nothing about him prior, and then seeing him there just.
We've seen him in various specials, UFO things and things like that. He pops up now and then.
Yep.
Yeah, I thought about the Rob Ricardo one. It basically did start off. He started off as he was a penny pincher, he was the auditor, and he wasn't the nice guy, and he was saying it, and then gradually his character became more prevalent, and it became better until Stargate Atlantis. He was still seen as the pen pusher, but his character became nicer and better. Robert Ricardo and Stargate Atlantis. And hi, Disaster Area, thank you for joining us. He's been in quite a few things. He was in NCIS season 1. He played the commander who had paranoid schizophrenia, kept seeing the dead guy. I just watched that today as well. Just freaky. I'd watched the things that he was on. Didn't watch Lost, but I'd seen something else he was on. What's the greatest? The giant 18-inch Indiana Jones from Raiders. Oh, the golden statue. I've not seen that one. That looks absolutely. I mean, I've seen a couple of the big Funkos, I must admit. However, I've not seen the Raiders one. That sounds cool. Coolio. Oh. My hard light's just been I managed to get back to Earth 3,000 years, 3 million years in the future. They managed to actually cure death. Is that what listener was wanting? To get back to Earth, see if they could cure death.
Oh,
so Sorry, what were you saying, Jim?
No, I've seen trailers because I've kind of started picking up on trailers because I've been surprised by quite a few things I've seen recently. So I started picking trailers apart. And if I get that red alert, danger, Will Robinson, stay away, just from a trailer, it's like, nope, moving on to the next. So I can't believe I missed stuff like the Resident Alien.
Yeah. Well,
It,
Resident Alien had the Lost in Space bit in it.
yeah.
It had the clip from Lost in Space, Robbie the Robot. Although, yes, it is a different Robbie from Fantastic Forbidden Planet. So it
Yep.
is. But it was the one from Your Will Robinson.
Go ahead.
Right. Right. So, I've been saying what I've been watching this week. What else? What's you guys been watching? Apart from Resident Alien, which is getting ready for tomorrow. What else you been watching?
I'll have to bring it up again because I have not watched anything fully aside from the one we can't mention. I did have a quick detour into the TV show called Zoo, which is about the animal kingdom no longer fearing humans. It's basically zombie apocalypse, but it's not zombies. It's just animals no longer fearing humans. You can wave a gun, you can wave like a torch and fire and everything. It doesn't scare them.
Is that not oh, who was in it?
I don't recall any.
The one that was in the one that was in Tomorrow War.
No, I don't recall anyone.
Because it was one that was basically similar idea that animals and plants just no longer feared humans, and basically they all attacked them the same day and wipe them out.
Isn't that the day of the Triffids?
No, the day of the Triffids is just basically the meteor shower made everybody blind, and it just so happened to coincide with the Triffids.
Yeah, that's
awesome so many shows so similar to each other. They're just melting into each other. But Zoo is basically I like it, but the best way I can describe it to try and find a common ground is it's zombie apocalypse, except humans are not zombies, but the animals are now dangerous to humans. No ifs, no buts. You need to take care around animals.
I'm not saying it was zombies. But...
Yeah.
Did I see anything else on Netflix?
Yes. I'm just actually looking at the joke. And my jokes went by. Why do you never hear a pterodactyl going to the loo? Because the P is silent.
But
yeah.
For that one, that's dad joke kind of level. Yeah, I would do that, but I would have
that's like, a dad joke, definitely. Yeah, that's a dad joke.
Do you know what I'm tempted to do? I'm tempted to dig these out and start doing a dad joke stream. Because I get a load of these. This is just a couple I've got.
Cheesy.
Jokes. So this is all cheese-related jokes. And
dad jokes. Lovely.
So I'm tempted just record a few, just actually take one out or 5 out and do 5 dad jokes. I've also got the Tim Vine joke book. So I've got a lot of stuff like that. And I'm so tempted just to do a
do it.
Just do a couple of dad jokes. Just a dad joke stream and just pick it up. Because like some of the jokes are even I'm sitting there going, huh? Cheesy jokes, right? Let's see. Pick the first cheesy jokes. see what it says.
Whilst you're grabbing that one, I will give the other one. I haven't watched it, but it is on my to-watch list after the stream.
Yeah.
And because I liked Frank Grillo so much in Boss Level, he's
Yes.
now having a film called Cop Shop, and it's got Gerard Butler in it. Has to be explosive action, whatnot. I have no clue if it's going to be any good. But it is on Amazon Prime at the moment, and it's top 10 in United Kingdom. So clearly it's got some momentum going for it.
You want to hear the first joke? And I don't understand it because I don't know enough about cheese. What is a woodpecker's favourite cheese?
Favorite what?
What is a woodpecker's favourite cheese?
Has to be a twist on it.
Pecorino. So that's a bit of jokes in the cheese joke. So I'm going to actually just pick up a couple, and then I'm going to do one of the dad jokes to see how bad they are.
I mean, these are just as horrible as the Christmas crackers where you get like the small like notes and you're supposed to read them out.
Yeah. Yesterday, a clown held a door open for me. I thought it was a nice gesture.
Oh,
Chester cheese.
Hands you your coat. Yeah.
So I was just tempted to do just a wee jokey stream, 5 minutes, just picking up a 5, 10 of each of them and just doing that. It will last very well because yes, I've got the Tim Vine joke book as well. Some of his are fun. The Day of the Triffids, is that the one, the original you're set in the UK, like War of the Worlds? Yes. Day of the Triffids was great TV series. So it was.
Yeah.
I like the movie as well, but
the original movie is a huge favorite of mine. I can remember watching that way, ages ago. And it's such a scary film for the time that it was made as well. And it's also in black and white, which I think makes it even scarier.
Yes, it does. And basically, considering everything that was happening and then the fear for how they got a conclusion, you still didn't know what was going to happen right up until the last minute. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'm just waiting to see if I can dig out my Tim Vine joke book. I'm just trying to find out where it is. It is all one-liners because Tim Vine is famous for that.
Archer's got a good one in the chat. Jester Minute. But
Get it almost as bad as mine. The problem is, I've got that many books and I've tidied them all up, but I've catalogued all my DVDs and such like, but I've not catalogued my book, which is a bit silly to do or not to do. So, there's Tim Vine joke book. Over 1,000 fantastic gags. Let us pick one at random. Actually, pick a number from 1 to, what's his last number? 1,000. 1 to 1,000. Pick a number.
137.
I says between 1 and 1,000. 137. Right. See how it is. 137. Oh, there it's there. This bloke said to me, he said, "Do you ever talk off the top of your head?" I said, "No, halfway down the front."
Oh my God.
Come on, man, give us a number, 1 to 1,000.
358.
358. Right.
That was painful, that one.
Yes, it was. I bought an exercise DVD. On the corner, it said running time 75 minutes. I thought, I can't run for that long. Right. Now I'm going to help
This is like Prince Albert in a can territory.
Yes.
Or your fridge. Is your fridge running?
I said to my German friend, I said, "Why have you got a piece of meat in the boot of your car. He said, that is my spare wheel. So,
Before
Tim
you
jokes as well.
before you put it away, Grand Moff has put 67 in the chat.
67.
What's on page 67?
No, they're all individual jokes, 1,000 jokes. So the numbers are next to each
Joke 67.
Joke 67. All right, here we go. You invented Tippet. Correct me if you're wrong. Sorry, correct me if I'm wrong. Yes, so that
I
was
love it.
yeah,
So
well,
bad the good.
yeah. I'd say so. I'm tempted to do just a couple of 5-minute restreams with just jokes like that, and it's just record them and just upload them. So, but some of them are superb. I couldn't actually resist it. Yeah, the original Black and White, the mini series, I loved that as well. Just a minute. Yep. Nice. Thank you, Kim, and definitely I'll get in contact. I'm quite happy to. I've got hundreds of things that I could talk about, but it's trying to get me linked down to one. That's a big problem.
He will be nailing us down to one topic. That's going to be his challenge.
Yeah.
Because especially these Saturday streams, I love the other streams, don't get me wrong, but this one where we just go squirrel. And we just go chasing something else.
Yep, squirrel.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. That's a great one. Somebody mentioned something. That's it. But away. But definitely, that's why we think, because the Wednesdays were movie or TV show. Saturday just opened. We just talk about what we want to talk about and just let it run. Because otherwise, you look what happens with the Wednesday. Sometimes even then, it's a case of, that's it, we're away.
Yeah, definitely. We do try to keep the Wednesday ones a little bit more focused, but this one is just a free-for-all.
Just a little bit.
Yes. The Crystals have no the midwife, the midwich cuckoo, Village of the Dam. I remember the original Black and White Village of the Dam. It was the one with all the kids.
Oh God, yeah.
So I liked that one, I must admit. That was fun. The remake was not good. They couldn't go too far with the remake because the same again, the original it was creepy kids, and people were actually saying creepy kids. It did it. Now it was a case of you weren't allowed to say creepy kids, and it changed too much that it was no longer as creepy. It was just weird.
Yeah, I agree, but I think it is also the fact that when you first see a completely new concept, which sadly I haven't seen in a long time, I can usually guess how a film is going to end or how a TV show is moving 2 or 3 episodes in. You kind get that just because you've seen it over and over again because it's the same story model. But giving credit where credit is due, things like Squid Game, or it's more of a boom now. Yes, people will shoot me or hunt me down for saying it, but the anime, the mangas, the TV show that's coming out on Netflix, they kind of still have that magic of you think it's going somewhere, but it's turning a completely different angle. One of the ones that I was surprised more for the story content rather than the fact that I could guess where the story was going was the video game League of Legends. I never played it, but I saw the TV show, the arcade. I was like, wow, this is great animation, fantastic storytelling, great voice acting. You rarely see that combination anymore. It's like, oh yeah, it was a success over there. Let's pay someone $10 to do a couple of voices. Kind of ruins for it. Even though it looks visually stunning, because the voice acting isn't there, the emotion isn't carried through.
Yeah.
But still,
Um,
I like those surprises. But we've seen so many things. I doubt there are very few new things that can surprise us.
That's the thing. I think that's where it gets a little bit challenging sometimes because we've seen so many different things.
We're still not tired of seeing Sir Roger. You see, you need to have like a permanent storage space behind you to like mount something on your chair so you can have him standing on your shoulder all the street.
Yes. Grr. Arg. He actually glows in the dark too.
But
excellent.
For the girl art, I'm with you on that one, When.
Yeah.
I probably said it early in the stream, but I literally just sat through the end titles and everything. Just go, arg.
Grr. Arg. Yeah.
And then it was like, next episode.
Yeah. Colin was saying with Barbara Shelley, I had to look up, and yes, Barbara Shelley, yes. She was in, she's been in a load, Barbara Shelley, because she's been in Blake Seven, Doctor Who, EastEnders, my God, Quatermass in the Pit. She's been in quite a lot.
Really?
She definitely.
We have that. Yeah, seen that quite a few times.
Yeah, I love the Quatermass stuff.
I do. Yeah, we both. Darren had it. Darren had it, and then he was showing it to me years and years ago, and I love it. Absolutely love it.
I still remember the bit with the hobo. He's just, the guys are chasing him. They're just walking up all these big, the tall people. Let's say they were just all big strap thing, and they're just walking, and this wee guy's just running these thing, and then they're just over their head is all the rocks, just attacking them. And it was when as Quatermass was trying to destroy the train with the thing in, which was causing problems, shall we say. And I still remember that one.
Now. I remember very striking scenes from Quatermass in the Pit. Like, I remember most of the scenes that really stay in my mind are the ones where they're actually, opening up the ship and they're digging and they find the creatures, and then the sound.
Yeah. And it takes over people, and it's at that point where the ones who have been taken over start attacking the ones that aren't, and you just have this one wee guy, and all the other ones are just walking and basically surrounding him, and he's cowering, and they're just throwing rocks on him. Eventually he's completely covered in it. It's just quite thingy because you had all these guys, because most of them were, I think when they did it, they wanted them to look tall and imposing, and you had this wee guy, but it was almost a case of, it doesn't matter if these people look weak. The power that the aliens.
Yeah, it's exactly. It's the power that is making them, giving them that ability to do that.
Yeah. That's the new Village of the Damned they're talking about. Yes. Although there's certain people who are actually quite happy with that storyline, but not that they turn out evil or anything like that. I didn't see the newer Day of the Triffids because I just did not want the classics ruined.
I did watch the Eddie Izzard miniseries because at the time we'd God, when did that come out? Colin said, but is it 90?
2009.
No, it was 2009. Yeah. That was the year after we got married, actually. So I did watch that over here, and we had gone to see Eddie in concert and things like that, and we were quite sort of into his stuff. So we watched it, but it wouldn't have been anything that I wouldn't have watched it otherwise, because like you said, PJ, I'm very impressed with the original film. I'm not saying I wouldn't watch other remakes, but I can't remember it very well, but I remember the miniseries wasn't awful. It wasn't like awful, but it was just different because they almost had like I can remember they had like these whip-like liana things that would come out, and they had like
The
hooks
tongues,
or
it would
yeah,
slap and it would
and it would
poison.
yeah. So I think it wasn't awful, you know, it wasn't
Yeah.
bad, but it's nothing I would go out my way to own or to, you know, to
Yeah.
watch again. But it didn't spoil the original for me because the
No.
original is just so
There's certain
classic.
things, no matter what, I would not watch if they did a remake of, no matter what.
Mm.
Like, for instance, a movie, shall we say.
Yes. Oh God, yeah.
I would not watch a remake of that. I don't care how much money they put into the animation or whatever.
No, you see, I would give it a shot.
No. It's certain things, no matter what, I
But
just would
no,
not
no,
want to
no.
see.
I would give it a shot if I
Depends
was
on the
told
caliber.
Adam Savage from Mythbusters and
Yeah.
tons of Star Wars and everything. If I was told he's doing animatronics, there is not being CGI, it's all animatronics, then I would be curious to see.
Mm.
No,
Yeah,
the
it's hard to say
problem
no
is,
to those guys.
anybody
But
who wanted to do a movie like that is basically just got one option.
yeah. See, I know exactly where you're coming from, PJ, because I'm the same with the original Jaws. There have been rumors for years that they were, you know, people have talked about, oh, they're going to do a remake, or let's do a remake. And so you couldn't pay me enough money to see a remake of that. They couldn't even pay me because that film is so special to me. Because I used to watch that with my parents, and it was quite special to me and my dad as well. I saw it with my mom in the theaters for the first time, you know, when it very first came out, and it was like our family film that we all used to love to watch. So to me, I'm like, I'm out, you know.
Yeah, I'm an exact same.
I got through Jaws, the second Jaws film, which wasn't bad. I'm not going to say it was any patch on the original, but it really wasn't bad. I didn't dislike that one. But the direction that they took Brody's character in it just disappointed me terribly. And I was like, I'm out. I'm out.
Well,
I'm not
you
watching
don't
any more
find
of these.
You see, I have one film, but I'm struggling to think. Yes, feel free to try and make a film, whatever content you're basing it on. Feel free to try it. One that there are two, but the one, and I think you can guess the second one. The one I do not want to see a remake of is Never-Ending Story.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because you'll find, well, as soon as they make it, that's it ended.
Yep.
But when you were saying about Jaws, if they made a remake of it, you're going to need a bigger boat. Definitely. Because you can imagine the type of trash they would put in it. They would change so much of the dynamics. Because the three of them sitting there drinking in the boat and the showing scars. How many women are going to have these scars in that boat? Or who is going to be changed into a woman for the sake
Oh,
of,
God.
and then they're all showing each other parts of bodies.
Don't even get me. My blood pressure up there, PJ, because
no, but that's what I'm saying. It would not roll. It just wouldn't. Because can you imagine that scene where
here's to swimming with bow-legged women,
and then they have to sit and show body parts that have got bites and chunks out of it. And then
see
somebody's
that there?
going to complain,
Thresher.
Oh, that's sexist.
Got me with his tail. Yeah.
Exactly. That type of thing. It's no.
And what about Hooper? He opens up his shirt. He's like, right there. Right there. Mary Ellen Moffat. She broke my heart. And then his laugh is so infectious. It's brilliant.
Yeah.
I think I can, I know. I don't have to think. I know I can literally recite that film word for word because it's got to be over hundreds and hundreds of times I've seen it. And it's just one of those films that is just so special. Grand Moff Miranda put something in the chat, which is interesting because saying about The Thing, where is it? It's jumped a bit now.
Totally. The Thing. The 2011
Yeah,
version. Aye.
I am going to say, I got to say in this case, I loved the 2011 version of The Thing. If that's the one with Kurt Russell.
It is.
Yeah.
Kurt Russell is the
preferred
first
the original.
one.
The original was far superior.
The original, yeah.
Wait, is Kurt Russell in both of them?
No.
Because
the original one was quite a bit older.
Yes, it is. It's black. It's black and white, and that's the one where they're on the ice pack and they're actually all standing around because it's a spaceship and it's a body.
Yeah.
It's not amorphic. It doesn't change. It is an alien. The Thing.
Yes. So in that particular case, I love both films for what they are, but I do get a tremendous amount of thrill watching the Kurt Russell version because
he's a completely
Kurt
different
Russell.
movie. And also,
but
it's
also
a different movie because it was a shape changer. It had the same name, a very similar premise, but it's not like they just had this thing. And it was walking around and they were trying to shoot it and do all the things that it couldn't do. But it wasn't morphing into someone else and stuff like that.
There was something about the 2011 version as well. They worked in some very good humorous moments in that as well that worked within the storyline, and also obviously some incredibly frightening, chilling moments as well.
Yeah,
but I can see
more of a horror. It was definitely more of a horror than the original.
Yeah. But the original is such a classic as well. So I kind of in that particular case, I think of those two films very separately. Invasion of the Body Snatchers is another one. I remember watching that original black and white film when I was growing up, and I absolutely loved it. And when the film came out with
Donald Sutherland,
I wasn't too sure about it, and I'm sure I found it somewhere along the line. I watched it years later.
Did you check my review?
I have a curious question before the chat actually picks up on it, and Nuke, one of them, by the way. They shouldn't be there. One of these things do not belong. But did you, PJ, just say when it came to horror that someone managed to improve on John Carpenter?
Maybe.
I'm not accusing, I'm just asking, is there someone that has actually managed to make better than John Carpenter?
Well, as long as we don't talk about what was the movie?
Yes, you're right, Colin. The John Carpenter version of The Thing was in the 80s, I think. Yeah. That's the one I'm talking about.
That's the Kurt Russell one, 1983.
That's the Kurt Russell one, yeah.
Well, I've not seen the 2011 one, The Thing.
Then I didn't realize they did one in 2011.
I didn't. I think that either. And see what a disaster area you're saying shark films has done. I've seen a lot of the like Big Meg, or Meg, whatever it is. They've done a few.
The Big Meg, Jason
so they can get the animations.
The Jason Statham one, I liked it because it was more like it wasn't so much shark horror as action film.
Yeah,
but there's been others that have been. They've been trying to play it well, but overall it was like kind of medium level film. But one of them was Deep Blue Sea or something, where it's like they're trying to make sharks smarter so they can cure Alzheimer's in humans. But the sharks are just getting too clever and they just basically eat everything.
2011 was a sequel to it. But when you were saying about the Invasion of the Body Snatchers, my basic review of it, the thing it actually I said was the original and the remake, it felt almost like a follow-up movie. It felt like the second one because first one, even the remake didn't have the same character names or anything like that. Similar names. And one was in a small town, the other one was in a city. And it was almost like you can imagine this thing, something one of them got through at the end of the movie, the first movie, and it managed to get to one of the big cities, and it's taking its time and that type of thing. That's the way I looked at it. So it was. So that was my review of it. It was almost a case of it was a completely different. I know I might have went a bit silent there. I was fixing my camera. I must have not.
No worries. But when it comes to that, when it is, I know I've seen the black and I think there is a black and white version, but it is not exactly similar.
The invasion of the body snatchers you talked about.
No, the
thing.
Yes.
There is. That's the one I was talking about. That's the one that's basically it's not amorphic. It's basically it is almost an alien, and it's not. It doesn't change into other things. That's the one I remember when they're all standing round and it's a saucer shape on
Yeah,
top of the ice.
but this is kind of like the how can I best describe this? It's kind of like the shape shifting. So if you take something like Aliens or the Predator film, so if you look at Alien, you have one dangerous animal and it's on an enclosed spaceship. There's a small crew, da da da. And then you move to the second film, which is awesome, by the way. Aliens. You now have hundreds of these xenomorphs. But if you take Predator, the first one, the jungle, South America somewhere, elite squad of like super soldiers, like juiced up, literally like Arnold Schwarzenegger. These guys should be able to kill anything.
Yeah.
Yet they are the ones being hunted.
Mm-hmm.
But if you move to the second one, suddenly you are in a, I don't want to say a slovenly area, but you have Danny Glover, a little bit of too much donut eating police officer in, I will say the wrong city now, but I'll say New York, and everybody can correct me. But it's like a city environment rather than a jungle environment, and it morphs differently. So it's not exactly the same film, like for like. That's what I'm feeling at.
Yeah, it didn't. That film, the second one, didn't really do anything for me. I had a look at it, but I was just like, meh. No, it's. I can watch Predator. It's another film like Jaws. I can watch that film thousands of times and still enjoy it every single time I watch it. I love it.
There's only one other thing when it's comes to a Predator v Alien one that gets my vote above any of the other ones.
Ooh. Is that a graphic novel or a comic?
Why am I not surprised?
Ooh.
The graphic novel, like that. Look at the artwork in it.
Looks like nice artwork.
Yeah. Predator
Cover's cool.
Judge Dredd versus Alien.
Why not? Why not?
It is a
that looks also like high quality print. Are the inside pages just as high quality as the outside?
Yes, they are. Basically, you look at that just at random. Glossy, nice high quality. The artwork is superb throughout the whole thing. It is
now I know where my end of year bonus is going to disappear.
But it is just a superb piece of artwork. I just love that one. I take my time when I'm reading it, so I don't speak anything. So I'm trying to be very careful. But it is just some of the artwork in it I would like to get separately, because there's some full A4 sheets of it, but
wow.
Well.
Miranda's saying the latest Predator was awful, like really awful. The only thing worse was Alien versus Predator 2. And saw loads of people leaving the cinema midway through. That's bad.
Yes.
That's really bad.
Was that the one where they've got the Predator and there's somebody's got a Predator suit from previous and they're fighting it? And there's I've seen a YouTube one just basically trashing it, how they've got the alien strapped down, and then it just basically wakes up, and then basically just starts killing people, and you've got all the military parts are outside the room, and it's all doctors and stuff like that inside with this thing, and it just got slated. Even if that's the one I'm thinking of, but terrible. The black and white original, The Thing from Another Planet, John Carpenter version, and the prequel. Yeah, The Thing from Another Planet is basically, it was known as The Thing, but it was, yes, the full name was The Thing from Another Planet. And as it said before, it was shown in silhouette, so it wasn't, you didn't see the monster. And it wasn't amorphic, it didn't change, it was just the figure, which I love. I love that because I remember seeing it and it freaked me out. Yeah, War of the Worlds. Yes, I've got the audio, and with what you call him, Richard Burton, and who is it singing? The chances of anything reaching from Mars, and my favourite one on it is Thunderchild, the ship. That whole DVD is superb. However, the movie, the most recent one, I like the first movie. Didn't like the what you call him, short actor. Thinks he's cool. He's a Scientologist. What's his name? I can remember his name because it doesn't bother me. But he's in it, and I just did not like the War of the Worlds remake. It just was. They're all getting separated. There's one of them
War of
runs
the World. Oh.
one of them runs into the middle of the aliens killing everybody, but for some reason they all meet up at their house, and their house is still there, and their family's all there, and I'm sitting there thinking, well, obviously it wasn't as bad as they were letting on it would be, because all their family's still alive, and they're all still at the same house. It's not as if the place was getting destroyed or whatever.
You're talking about the BBC remake of War of the Worlds?
No, I'm talking about
because that was garbage.
Yeah, I'm talking about the movie with with
Cruise?
Tom Cruise. I thought that was garbage, and truthfully, I didn't even give the remake a glance. A, it was BBC, and B, it's a new one. I can't even remember when it was done, but Red Scare in the 50s, yes. But I did a review. It is on my channel. It's a way back there, me talking about the two of them, because I was surprised I liked the remake as much, and I could put it into the fact is it just felt like a continuation. Years later, it's just sort of something cropped up, as if somebody had found one of these pods and it just appeared. They didn't actually reuse the names and stuff like that, and I thought it worked quite well. I've not read the short story in it. And yeah, that's exactly what I said. So for remakes, considering I'm usually not a good one for it, but even I like both of them. And I've never read the short story, unfortunately.
Well, that's the trouble I have with remakes is Hollywood used to be such a powerhouse coming out with new, amazing stories. And now all of it, no matter how many will say, oh, they think it's safe money. It's like, no, it is not safe money. If it's safe money, you remake the original pretty much as the original. You don't bake in a lot of new stuff. Yes, you may change some things because you have the capability. You can add more visuals. You can add a few things. You can make better dramatic music. But why doesn't Hollywood anymore focus on creating something original? Because that's what we loved it.
Exactly. It just feels like a cop out, just a massive cop out now.
But to me, it shows that Hollywood, and not even just Hollywood, the TV channels, they've got no ideas. It's a case of what will we make? Well, just remake that. You know, give us a good idea. Remake that. No, an original idea. I remake that, but change this in it, and then it's original.
Mm.
They've got nobody has an idea of writing a story, and you look at some of the stories that have been written. Boss Level last year, to me, it was the best movie of the year.
Yeah.
I wouldn't have even looked at that, but some had been suggested. I think it's
Yes, yeah, we were really impressed with that. That was excellent.
Boss Level, I will
Which-
admit, title would not have enticed me.
no,
Yeah,
I would have thought it's a cheap, dirty something. It's like
computer game type movie.
yes. I mean,
Mm.
Alexa,
don't get
shut
me
up.
wrong. I love computer games, but I would have thought, no, this is going to be just something dirt cheap, copy so many tropes and everything.
Yeah.
And Boss Level surprised me because of all the time travel groundhog kind of films, this is the best use of someone stuck in a time loop that I have ever seen.
Mm-hmm.
It is, and I won't spoil it in case people have not seen it, but it is the best use. You're stuck in a time loop.
Yep.
What do you do?
And there's two endings to it, depending what version, because there was the one in, I think it was Amazon, the other one in Hulu.
Yep.
The Amazon one had, to me, the better ending.
Very much
So it
agree.
did. But I did the review on it, and I was surprised how much I liked that movie. To me, it was the best one. However, there was also the other one, The Tomorrow War. Depends
That
how
was
you
the
look
one. Yeah, we said
It
don't
depends-
expect miracles. Just
Yep.
sit back and enjoy it. Don't
Yep.
try and actually.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. To me, there was two options. One, you could think about it and it's a complete crap fest. Or B, just watch it, switch off your brain, don't think about what's happening, and it's an entertaining movie.
Yeah.
However, if you want to think about it, don't think about it as time travel. Every time they say time travel or traveling into the future,
I
think
will
about
give a
they're
count.
traveling
I
to
will
an
give a counter
alternate
to
dimension, and then it works.
I will
Yeah.
give a counter to the switch off brain.
No, but I'm saying if you want to actually watch it and think about it, just change
Exactly.
one function. They're not traveling into the future. They're traveling into an alternate dimension, which is 30 years ahead. And then it works because it makes a bit more sense.
Exactly, but I have a slight different take to it, if you permit me.
Mhm.
And this, I am struggling to get some content on my channel, but what I'm trying is Maverick, the film. I absolutely love it, but I watched it a couple of times over the last 3 months, so maybe 4 times over the last 3 months, just to try and think what can I actually say to add something to it. But something that is standing out to me more and more, immediately from the start, this film literally tells you, switch off your brain, follow us along on this journey. We will tell you a story,
Mhm.
and you can go away. Did you enjoy it? Did you not enjoy it? It's literally telling you right from the beginning, this is the universe, these are the rules, this is the world building, this is what's mattered. You don't have to think, just follow the characters along. But on the other side, it has so many amazing characters. And the fact that every single one in Maverick is a scoundrel. Everybody wants to cheat anyone else off. It is like they want to steal.
I'm
they want to
intrigued.
get this.
Yeah, I never saw
Yeah.
that.
Well, it's good. And you've got James Gardner as Maverick.
Oh, I love James Garner.
Actually, it's Mel Gibson that is Maverick.
Mel
but yes,
Gibson, but James Gardner's in it as well. Sorry, that's
yeah,
right.
James Garner is technically the original Maverick, but
Yes.
I'm only saying that because I'm kind of like getting invested into it to try and get the content out, but to try and actually throw my hat into the ring. And I will review your Nosferatu one of these days.
Yeah. The disaster area says we might not have had those the TV shows, the thing. We had the tripods. We only had the first two books, which is technically not true. We had two books because the fourth book was actually the prequel. So they had the first two books, then they didn't even have the third season, so they had two seasons, and it was one season per book. They didn't have the third season, which was the final book, and the fourth season was a prequel, as far as I understand. I've got the four. I've still got to finish them off because I rewatched Tripods about 6 months ago. So it was the Top Gun sequel or the Western.
I'm typing out the response, but
Yeah, I've got the third book.
I love flying. I love aircraft. I cannot if it's like a super fancy jet attack plane or if it is a biplane, single prop, open canopy. I like it. I don't know why. I really do not know why, because we discussed it. I think it was the last live stream we had. We have that fear of height, but for me, as soon as you go above a certain height, my fear of height just disconnects because the height is too high. It doesn't connect that it's any more dangerous to fall from, say, 50 meters than it is from 5,000 meters.
Yeah.
It just disconnects for me. But I love flying, and I've been in biplanes, I've been in helicopters, I've been in jet planes, I've been in the open canopies, I've been in hot air balloons. As soon as you hit a certain height, the fear, what's it called? Vertigo.
Vertigo, aye.
Yeah,
It knows
it
where
doesn't,
to go. It knows where to go.
it doesn't affect me, but it reminds me I should probably add Vertigo the film to our big spreadsheet that we have. Because that was an enjoyable film. I like that more than the Sylvester Stallone one, which is essentially the same concept.
Yeah. The tripods, I was just checking out there, right? There's the 4 books. There's the 3 books, and then there's the prequel book when the tripods came. By John Christopher. I've got when the tripods came in my wish list. The other 3 I've got. So I have. I love the TV show, so I got the books. I've no listened to them yet. They're still on my playlist. I'm actually rereading or re-listening to NPC, the Stealth Sword and Sorcery one. It's a quite fun one. I'm on to book 2 already because I finished All Mother once.
You see, on my Audible at the moment, I got squirrel. I got sidetracked because I saw the description line of a book. It was included for free because you do get a couple of audiobooks for free, not using your credit. And it said steampunk and sorcery is outlawed. Basically, anyone that can use magic will be killed on sight. Fantastic, I thought. Little did I realize it was going to be a Daniel Steele kind of saucy, romantic, but it isn't too heavy on that part. It does have it, but the fact that they built the universe, whoever wrote it, I haven't looked up the author. They built a really great world overall. The society is steampunk. It's steam engines, it's flying ships, it's gas-powered rifles, the whole shenanigans. But there are a few people that can actually wield magic, and they play that really well. Whoever wrote it was like, I'm actually hooked. And I'm literally going, as soon as it goes to the Daniel Steele part, it's like fast forward 10 seconds, 10 seconds, 10 seconds, 10 seconds, 10 seconds, just to jump past that part. Because it's that I'm not interested in that area, but they built the world really, really well. And I'm gonna wait until I've actually listened through to all of it to see if I can actually go. Would I name drop the book? Would I say, "Hey, actually listen to this," and hey, if you want the saucy part, go ahead. But yeah, it was one of those surprise findings.
Yeah.
But it is literally a sidetrack because I did have a lot of books, including some of the ones that you have been giving me of the
Well,
last
I've got.
27.
I'm going through some of my books again. I'm actually digging me, but remember I've said before, Dad Joe mode switched on. Anytime somebody says they've got fear of heights, I always say I don't have a fear of heights or a fear of falling. I've got a fear of the ground because it's
Yeah,
not the height that
I
kills
have
you.
a fear of the contact with the ground at
No,
high
that's what
speed.
I'm saying. You let me finish, you bugger lugs. I've got a fear of the ground because it's not the fear of heights that kills you. It's not the fear of falling that kills you. It's the ground that does that. So you can have a fear of heights or a fear of falling. They're fine. Having a fear of the ground is quite understandable because it's the ground that kills you. You never die from falling. You die from landing on the ground.
So that
What?
would be, and then I'm butchering my very limited Latin knowledge, but that would be agoro tigo. Agoro meaning ground or surface place, and tigo is falling. If I
No, but
remember.
it's agoraphobia in effect. It's a fear of the ground. Whereas
Agoraphobia is already a term, which is why I.
yeah, agoraphobia. But what does agoraphobia represent?
Well,
Fear of going
agoraphobia,
out.
as I understand it, is large places with a lot of things
Open
going on.
spaces. Yes, there's a fear of
Yes.
open spaces. So agora have been open spaces. So what is for ground? You see what I mean? So, but
Yeah.
yeah, I'm just saying that's just the old dad joke. My dad used to actually come up with that. He also was the one that
Oh,
used to always say
that must
vertigo.
be
I don't know vertigo.
that must be rough on you, Miranda. Just looking at tall buildings, but I did get that the first time I went into New York because it was literally you fly in, you land, and you jump into a taxi. And yes, I actually went into one of those yellow cab ones, and because it's like you're encased, you don't see how much the city grows around you, and then you step out at the center of Manhattan, and you just go like,
Yeah,
how tall is that building really? And then you just go, whoa, I'm falling over here.
yeah. See, I knew agoraphobia was a fear of well, no outside. It's open spaces. I know it's very technical. That outside is thingy, but even in a large, you could be sitting in a cathedral, not a cathedral, like a football stadium. If it's
Yeah.
enclosed, you could still have agoraphobia because it's an open space. However, well, yeah, I never even thought Greek or Latin. I must admit, I'm blaming Jim for that one.
Well,
And I used to
I'm
have the
just gonna.
fear of heights, and I got over it by doing a sponsored abseil. Forced me to actually go over it. I still have a bit of a, but I have conquered most of it.
Yeah. Well, who needs Google when you have Colin?
Yeah,
But again, I will say this for anyone like, if you're climbing up a ladder just to like replace a light bulb and you're feeling like that shaky stuff, I get that so much because I do have the same. I love the flying. When you get up high, I absolutely love it. I have no fear. It's completely gone. But it is that climb to get up there. Whether or not I'm just walking up like a radar tower or anything, it's literally like 200 feet above the ground, and it's like you're walking endless stairs in a circle around.
yeah,
It causes me anxiety. But when I get above a certain limit, it's just gone. It's
yeah. It's
not
actually,
there.
it's not even the heights that gets me. It's as I said, I used to walk past an atrium in a building, and you could feel a draft. So I was walking on the fourth flight up, walking past, and I could feel the draft in my face, and I had to walk at the wall because all the rest were glass panels except this gap, and I couldn't deal with that. Or if I was working at a computer 5 or 6 flights up, I had to walk backwards because the window was full length window. And I was fixing a computer, I had to walk backwards, touch the window, and move along till I fixed it and then come out that way. However, I knew I had to get over it, so I did a charity thing um, to abseil. So I had to force myself to actually bypass it. And because I did it for a charity, I knew it was a way of forcing me to try and
But we see the
90% of the
clip,
time,
and
I'm fine. I have,
we're having more fun
yeah,
than you will admit.
yeah, but I've now, it's not so much I've conquered it. There's certain things I still like, for instance, if I'm strapped on, the height doesn't bother me. Like I climbed up 100-foot tree, strapped on, climbed up, and then stepped off, and it was one the barrel roll. It's the one the big barrel. It slows you down as you're coming down. I knew 6 months prior to that I couldn't have done that, but yeah, I couldn't have been standing up on that platform if I wasn't strapped in, even if the platform was 50 feet all round me, because I knew I was high up. But because I was strapped on, it alleviated my fear. So I've just found a way of bypassing it, so I can stand in the Eiffel Tower if as long as there's a barrier in front of me, even if the barrier is it's not a glass barrier, it could be metal or something I know I can't pass through unless somebody slice me up. And if somebody sliced me up to throw me off, it's not going to any better heights. It bothers me at that point.
It's the same when I went to the Empire State Building.
Same as me.
We didn't get to go to the top, the top. It was like the second highest one, and it was like massive, like metal spikes and bars and everything. You could not get through it, but if you got through them somehow, there was still like 30 feet of surface before it would have been a drop off. There was so much outside that I do not understand how anyone would get vertigo from that, other than feeling being very high up, because you are really high up. But falling off.
But it's a case of a way to conquer the fear. It's so my fear's not gone. But if I'm clipped on, then my fear isn't as prevalent. It doesn't stop me doing things. So, like for instance, when I went to the Empire State Building, same idea. I could stand there, look through the bars, look down, no problem. However, if that was a more open platform that I know that maybe it's even if the thing's up to my waist, no chance, because I know I could fall over it and it's that type of thing. That's where my fear would kick in. But if I was strapped on, I could probably do that to an extent. But but mine used to be really bad that I couldn't even watch a game that you could see straight down, because I used to get, even if it was in front of me, I had to get somebody else.
You see, I still get that in games, but I think the fear of height is more confused with the fact that, oh crap, I fell off. I'm gonna have to respawn 500 whatever back. It's gonna take me forever to crawl back, pick up my items that I've already dropped because I died, and everything just got splattered everywhere. It's more than that, but it is still that it's very high. I need to place this piece, or I need to jump this gap. It's like, and if you know you miss, it's like, oh crap, I'm gonna have to go down, get it, and then go all the way back, and then try to do the jump again.
Yeah,
and there are people that really do that well, and I would say fair play to them, because I think, just like me, there are a lot of people that may have conquered a little bit about the fear of heights just playing a video game.
Yeah, I know. I quite agree. And yeah, no way near. I don't care if I can see through my feet. No. If I can see mesh under my feet, not an issue. But if I can't see anything under my feet, so glass floors, not a chance.
Yeah. I'm the same, and I think what was it? The Space Needle in Seattle has like an open section where it's like glass floor. They say it's thick enough to hold an elephant, but I have not seen an elephant walk across it, so I'm not stepping on it.
Yeah, I'm basically no way, no how.
Glass floors, no, I'd be the same. I've seen there's an image out there of a guy crawling. He's like walking along the side of a huge cliff face, and someone's built like a glass pathway all around the outside. And then it's like a bit of a joke. It's like a bit of a prank thing because it makes it look like the glass is cracking under his feet.
Is that not the Grand Canyon?
I will.
I don't know.
They put a screen underneath it.
I couldn't. I can do like climbing, you know, rappelling. I would do anything like that, but put me looking, you know, trying to step on a glass floor,
Yeah,
like that would freak me out as well.
I'm just laughing at Colin. I don't need a safety net if I've got a strap on.
Ooh, Matrix.
I think we have a Freudian slip on that one.
See the Toblerone, I mean, the height of the Toblerone, I used to be scared of. Now they're tiny. Not as bad. The peaks are not as high. The peaks are not as high.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, and Kelly's ruined it for me because I was actually expecting to see something amazing if I ever go back and see the tallest tourist area. Yeah, because the one we went to had the outside balcony and everything. But if the top one is just indoors, that's not going to be interesting.
I think it might be China.
I agree with that. The bridges, even suspension bridges, it bounce. No. But if it's the one where you can just go clip and you clip yourself on, I could do it because I know there's something that if I fail, there's something hold me on. There is the one in China. I've seen the one in China. Have you seen the one in the lift? Is it Disney World? It's got basically the lift. It's just all TV screens, and as you're going up, the thing jerks, and then the panels start falling away, and people freaking out. It's just because it actually looks as if part of the floor is falling away. And there's somebody basically when they're actually doing it, they know where people are standing, so they always make sure that one of the bits that fall away is one of the squares that somebody's not standing on, so they have to back up into the corner. And that would freak me out, even though you know you're actually in and you're on a floor. It just looks as if the floor is falling away from you. But that would be freaky. Right, let's see. I'm going to
Pick of the week.
So, who wants to go first? With picks. You're muted.
Yes, I am. I was having a cheeky look for that video of the bridge cracking under the person that was walking on it.
That would be. It sounds freaky.
I think it was the one in China. Grand Moff Miranda mentioned. Yeah. I think it is that one.
See, that just sounds too freaky, doesn't it? Yeah,
that sounds a bit much, even for me. Defibrillators on standby. Yeah, definitely. Pick of the week.
Yeah, that one there, the wobbly bridge. That was just a bridge. It didn't realise would wobble until people started walking, and then it basically set it off a cracker. So it did. So, yes. Do you want to go pick of the week first, second, third?
Pick of the week.
Sorry, I'm back. I managed to grab my pick of the week stuff.
You go ahead, Jim, because I'm still thinking.
I kind of like to save mine because I think it's going to be a disappointment.
Well, I can do mine.
Well, don't say that. Go ahead. Go ahead, PJ.
Right. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 here. So this one I enjoy. I didn't expect to enjoy this one. It's about American First Family.
It's what?
It's about America's First Family.
Oh,
Dave.
oh, okay. I've not seen that.
Kevin Kline and Sigourney Weaver.
Yes, I remember. God, I remember when that came out. Yeah.
Yeah.
Jeez, I'd forgotten about that.
Yeah, I was
That's
not
cool.
expecting to enjoy this, but when I saw it, I thought it was just old fashioned. I thought it was such a charming movie.
Cool. I
It
love
was just
Klein.
fun. It was a fun. It wasn't over the top, ha ha ha, belly laugh. It was just fun, enjoyable to watch. So it was. So I'm going to keep a couple of them to the very end because they're the good ones. And I picked up this one. Biker Mice from Mars.
Okay, I've definitely never heard of that one.
Yes, I used to watch this way back. So, God, when was that? I can't even remember when it was out, but I remember I used to watch it. My kids used to watch it, so I used to sit and watch it. It's only 3 episodes, but I quite enjoyed it. It was around the time where the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles came out, and they tried to actually make ideas. So you've got Biker Mice from Mars.
I love that.
Uh-huh.
Love the title.
Not the 9 o'clock news.
Ooh, nice.
Yes, this has. It's basically volume 1. It's so there's a number of them. The best of Not in 9 o'clock news, just a load of different sketches. It's actually quite. Some of them are a bit dated, just for the simple fact is they're
Is that
taking the
Rowan
mickey out of
Atkinson I'm seeing
certain
there?
stories,
Mm.
but it is still fun. Mel Smith, Chris Jones,
Mel Smith,
Ron
yeah.
Atkinson, and Pamela Stevenson. Just fun. Because look what sketches on it. Gerald the gorilla.
Oh my God.
Yeah. So it's fun. So when we were talking about it, I was sitting with it had there last week. Then I picked this one up.
Oh,
Labyrinth.
yes.
Labyrinth.
Epic.
Yeah,
That's really
yes.
good.
Yeah, it is collector's edition. So there's
Ooh,
a few nice
that's really
extras
nice.
in it. The making of, the inside, the featurette, behind the scenes, cast photos, character photo gallery as well. Concept art. It's just got bits and pieces. Just things that they just literally have thrown everything they've got, even some of the artwork for the characters. So I have seen this. I've not seen this for a few years, I must admit. But
You see, I used to dislike this when these started coming out. And there was just like a lot of still shots of what was going on behind the scenes because I bought this. I want to see the film. I don't distract me with a lot of nonsense. But now I'm just going inside. That's really interesting. It's like that director, this actor, this scene, and you see them planning and like plotting how it's going to play out. I understand it so much more now that I refuse to accept the fact that I'm adult. I'm still just a kid.
yeah. And the other one was this one is basically
Pan's Labyrinth.
Oh, that was so. That was really good.
I haven't seen Pan's Labyrinth, but
Oh, okay.
it
You haven't?
looked good. It was beside Labyrinth, so I
This
picked
is
the two of them up at the same time.
on our review list. This is
Powerful film.
Yeah, but I picked it up. It was next to Labyrinth, and I thought, not seen that one, and the artwork is quite nice on it as well.
Yep.
Oh, it's a powerful film. It's very, very intense, but it is quite a beautiful
Mhm.
film.
I
So-
think
But
this is
it-
Guillermo del Toro when he's at his best.
It's a bit
Yeah.
dark, but it's good.
Jonathan Ross film 2006. Guillermo del Toro, Hellboy, Blade 2. So it's just basically
Ignore that.
right.
This is him having
Since we
fun.
were talking about him earlier on, I thought it was actually quite good.
Arnie.
Arnie,
It is a 4-movie set. It has
is
got
that not Red? It's the wait. He's not a he's a Russian spy moved
you're
to
thinking of Red,
America.
you're thinking of Red Heat.
Red Heat, yes,
This has got
against Dolph Lundgren.
This has got 4 movies.
Yes, but that is what I clocked from that, or
Yeah.
thought of it from that.
It has got Total Recall, Red Heat, Raw Deal, and Red Sonja.
Nice.
Yes,
So I've seen all 4 of them. I love Red Sonja and I love Total Recall. Red Heat, I liked some of the in jokes, shall we say?
well, when he's basically walking into the sauna and being like, "Oh, I'm Arnold Schwarzenegger," and it's like, here's like a melting lump of coal, grab it and hold it. That is like, okay, this guy is gonna be bad.
Yeah.
And then he gets like shipped off to United States and he's
Yeah.
getting paired up with, shall we say, he's not the weakling, but who Arnold Schwarzenegger's character is coming
Yeah,
to the United
but it's the
States.
fact is they make the jokes like, for instance, what's the most powerful handgun in the world? And the guy says the Magnum, and he turns around and it's a Russian-made one because it's a Russian-made one. It was
Yep.
basically, and but yeah, so I picked that one up. Decent condition. There's a
And
couple of wee
that
digs here and
is
there.
an awesome collection, and I'm
Yeah.
quite jealous of that one because it's
So-
got 4 great Arnie films in it.
Yeah. And the last
Mm.
one,
Oh, another one.
it's a wee bit of a sporty one.
Oh, what do we have here? Any given?
can't see.
No, not Any Given Sunday. As an anime film.
No,
No.
I need to make the window a bit bigger.
right, I'll make the window a bit bigger. Right, hold on. I'll put it on solo layout.
I will
Right,
so
right.
beat you on this
Right, hold
one.
on.
I will make it first.
I need to get so far, so I need to do that again. Right. That should tell you what it is.
Oh my God. Oh, that's brilliant. I love that film.
Caddyshack!
Caddyshack.
Yay. As soon as I saw the flag, the sort of golf
the flag
thing,
and then
I was
the
just
hat.
like, yeah, the hat.
The-
Yeah.
The flag,
Carl.
it could have been a few things, like it could have been like Happy Gilmore, anything that was the golf related. But
Oh
it's
my
the
God, I love that film so
popping up.
much.
quick
No,
balance.
Happy
20
Gilmore would
pence,
have
I
been a
was
golfer
over the moon.
smacking another golfer over the head with an ice hockey stick.
Yeah.
that would be kind of, but Caddyshack is awesome.
Yeah. So
Fantastic film.
that is my best one. I've seen it numerous times, but getting the DVD for 20p, so I'm happy chappy.
Nice
So
one.
that is my collection, and that some of them I got last week, so they just kept aside because I had enough because I knew I was sneaking out this weekend. So yeah, I'm a happy chap. So that's my pick of the week.
Oh, it's been
Excuse-
really good. What?
So-
When are you brave enough to go before my disappointment?
Sure. We haven't gone into I've been into town, but we haven't really had time to go into any of the charity shops to look around for anything at the moment. So I was thinking about a film, trying to think of a film that maybe people haven't seen before. It's quite a. I haven't got a copy of it, but PJ, I've sent you a link if you want to sort of put it up on the page. It's one of my favorite films, and it's like nothing else I've ever seen. Really, it's got Jeremy Irons, Teresa Russell, who's a great actress. I haven't seen much of her lately, but Joel Grey, the wonderful Joel Grey, and quite a few other very well-known actors whose names escape me. Ian Holmes, thank you.
Yeah.
And then two others that I'm thinking of as well, and I can't think of the names.
Guinness, Obi-Wan Kenobi.
Yes.
Or Obi's brother.
It is a very strange film. It's a very compelling film. It's quite dark, but it's the most fascinating thing when you put it on. I love it. It's as soon as I saw it, the very first time I saw it, it instantly became one of my favorite films. It's such a powerful take on. It's quite scary, really, because it talks about it's about Jeremy Irons' character. It's based on the author Kafka. And it's based upon his life, but he works for the quote-unquote company, and the company is based in this huge castle. And if you make a mistake or you get on the wrong side of the company, you get sent to the castle and nobody ever sees you again. So it's very sort of, it's got a real film noir feel to it. It's all in black and white, with the exception of a certain part of the film where it becomes color. There's Joel Grey in that other scene. But it's, especially now and at any time in history, it makes a very powerful point about authoritarianism, exactly, and people suddenly disappearing who sort of don't meet the government's, sort of fall afoul of the government watchdogs.
I'm also looking at the shots that PD is running through, the black and white. And it takes skill, because when you move it to black and white, you do lose a lot of color. But when you play the shadows correctly against the light and where the light source is coming from, it looks stunning. Just look at these images that are just flashing by.
Yeah, it's visually, it's a masterpiece.
Yep. Yeah. This looks film style of it is just absolutely amazing.
And there's something about there's certain things in this film that actually reminded me a little bit of obviously, which came much later, the Buffy episode Hush.
Mm-hmm.
And you would have to see the film and remember the certain scenes in Hush that you might recognize. I'll just say, I don't want to spoil it, but I can highly recommend this one if you like that sort of dark, edgy film noir, and also it's got a historical sort of leaning to it as well, because it's about Kafka.
You'd mentioned that before. I'm on the lookout.
I have, I have mentioned it before. I think in a much earlier stream, and I was trying to think of a film, like I said, that I don't think I've ever heard anybody else review it, talk about it. I'm sure it's out there. Someone's probably reviewed it. But it's one I want to get for our collection. That's why I haven't got a physical copy. But it's definitely one we're going to add to the collection as soon as we can. You couldn't even get it for a while. It was quite hard to get hold of.
I'm still on the lookout for it in the charity shops. I know I might eventually have to actually bite the bullet and buy it. eBay, here I come. But
it is good.
One it's on my list. I've always got my list of all my movies. Just if I see something, I check it against my list. It's always on my phone. But I've also got a list of ones that I'm definitely on the lookout for.
See if Amazon's got it.
I will say to there, PJ, you are this group's a renowned charity shop hunter.
Yeah.
You know your way around them. You know what to find and everything.
I search everyone, even the wee boxes that are piled down below. I don't just look at the shelves. I literally every box there. I take all them out just to make sure anything's not got a cover on it. I'll open it up to see. I just so I do like to I'd like to rummage, shall we say?
For us UK people, I do feel sad because I feel kind of like a scavenger hunt or bargain hunt or whatever it's called.
If I ever go to the States,
but it is still the fact you walk into a charity shop, you do not know really what you're gonna find because people will donate the craziest things, and obviously I'm hunting mainly for DVDs and Blu-rays and whatnot. There's like, oh, I can get this on Netflix. Let's give this to charity shop. I got this for Christmas, but I already have like 5 copies on Amazon, Netflix, blah blah blah, whatever streaming service they do. So they just go in and dump it. But you go, this is a physical copy. The streaming services cannot change it. They cannot alter it. They cannot edit out something because current day culture says this is bad. That's why I love having a physical copy, because this is what the director intended. And something, and this is my holy grail, is the original hunt for the original releases of the Star Wars films, because as soon as the Star Wars films won the Oscars, they did back in the 70s, and very early 80s, they changed them.
Yep.
Completely different as opposed to what the original material, which they won the Oscar for. Everything from soundtrack to cinematography to lighting to directing to dialogues, everything.
Yeah.
And if you don't believe me, obviously wait until after our stream, but go on YouTube and you will find that there is a Star Wars restoration project where people are hunting clips, trying to put together the originals that did win the Oscars back in the 70s. My goal is
I
to find
definitely
them.
had the videos for the. May have them somewhere. The originals.
I mean, I remember the Betamax I had growing up. That my mom she just chucked it into Betamax, just smacked it down. It's like, you sit here, I go cook dinner, and I clean the flat and all of that stuff.
Yeah.
It's like, how much just goes like, oh, lightsabers, like X-Wings. And I was like, yay high. And I was like, oh, this is amazing. And she was just doing all the things a mom would do, just like make sure that you had everything you needed to get ready for tomorrow or nap time or whatever it was. But she had a Betamax of the original stuff. She just chucked it in. You sit there, watch. I'll do the rest.
Well, there you go. Look, 2 things. One, can't find Kafka DVD anywhere.
Nope. It's very hard to get hold of.
Yeah.
It's on Prime. I found it on Prime to rent or buy, but unfortunately, as far as getting a physical copy of it, which is what I would prefer, it's very hard to get hold of.
Right. See, I've got another place.
I wonder why.
Oh, so
when you watch it, you'll see what I mean.
Yeah.
The challenge is to get a physical copy. So therefore, I hereby announce a joust, a tournament.
Yes.
Who
can find it?
Gets it in a physical copy first wins.
Sounds
I don't
good
know
to
what
me.
you win, but you win.
Yeah, there is one
That sounds
called The
good to me.
Trial you can get. It's about the trial of Kafka.
Yeah. This is a fictionalized version of his life. So it's not a documentary as such, but is it good?
Yeah. It's try to find out. Oh, nah, that's a book. thought that was a
Yeah,
DVD.
I know.
All the movies on this website are delivered by way of a
It
digital
is a
download
DVD
to your
one. Hold on.
computer or phone.
Whose Alexa has woken up?
No, it's
It's not
basically
me.
only a download only. The
Yeah.
movie is a download only. It's not a physical copy, and it's a tenner.
On Prime,
tenner-
you can
it's-
rent it.
A tenner
It's
is
worth.
very-
It's such a good film that it's worth, in my view, and I wouldn't, it might not be for everybody to watch. So I would say check it out, see if it's something that intrigues you.
Yeah.
But it is worth renting just to see it, even if it isn't something that you decide you want to have,
Definitely.
even as a download.
Because it's definitely something I'm going to actually have to find. Because I've got Amazon anyway, so it's not a major issue there.
Mhm.
But Day of the Doctor, Time of the Doctor, and Twice Upon a Time, the Blu-rays, recent purchases from Challenge. Can't go wrong with that.
No, that
I
is
did get
collection.
my sister got me the Day of the Doctor. I'm a classic Who, but my sister got me the Day of the Doctor as part of my Christmas present. So I've got that, and I've got I've seen the Time of the Doctor, and Twice Upon a Time I haven't. That's the one that's Twice Upon a Time. Is that the Capaldi one? I think that's the Capaldi one, isn't it? The
Think
Twice Upon
so?
a Time. Aye, that's the one I've not seen because I stopped watching before the end of Capaldi. So
Oh, that's a foreign language one. Yeah, it's always fun to have a challenge and try and find it. I can see it's on sale from different
Yeah.
places used.
yeah, I've not seen what's this Girls and Panzers. I'm assuming it's nothing like Tank Girl. So
No.
Oh, I mean, I know what was her name, Laurie, whatnot. She was a crap actor. She was not good,
yeah,
but
she was good
she
in
was
Tank Girl,
perfect
and
for Tank Girl.
I thought that I loved that movie, and it was based on her because she actually just looked zany enough like the comic book.
Exactly.
I just
I
thought it
love
worked.
that, but
You had what were they? The class guys, I can't remember. The Razorbacks, Razors, or something like that. Can't remember, but you had they were good. I loved Tank Girl. I thought it was a fun one. And see Kafka, that's
Yeah.
exactly what it reminded me of. Brazil.
Yeah.
So it did.
There's lots of
just-
copies on eBay of Kafka from what I can see. But I'd have to look at every single listing to
Yeah.
see. Some of them are in foreign language, in various different languages. So it all depends. Got to be careful which one you get. But
Yep. Helen, I quite agree. As you can see from my shelves, and my shelves are starting to double up again. So I need to get a bit more space. So which means another couple of bookshelves, I think.
The only thing I can give you as an advice, Kellen, is pace yourself because there is so many things you do want. Pace yourself. You will find them. Obviously, find the rare gems, get them first, and the more common, they can wait until next month.
Yep. And the good thing is, see, I've always wanted to do it. A couple of times I've been to the States, I never get a chance to do it. A swamp meet. In effect, there's like a car boot sale for us, but a swamp meet. I would love to go around a decent swamp meet. It just
do you mean like a flea market?
a flea market, yeah. And I know that
Yeah, that's it.
we used to have in Glasgow. We used to have the Briggit, which was the same idea. We had the Barras, which is still there, but the Barrowland, it's not as good as it used to be. There it is. However, it was the same idea. It's just that I've seen some on the TV, and the American ones just made our ones just look like somebody's back garden with a few things in it.
You
So
see, I'm the greatest sucker ever at a car boot.
Oh,
like
God, I love
sale
it.
or everything. Because if I see something that I like, everyone in 1,000 miles can see I want that. So if I try to haggle, it's like, oh, it's 15 pounds. And it goes like, how about 5 pounds? They don't go, no, 15.
Hey.
It's like they won't
I
budge
can't
because
say
they can
anything to you.
see
I've been
I
standing there
want it.
with a Doctor Who fleece on, with a TARDIS bag over my shoulder, saying, it's for my kids. I don't know if you've got like this. I'm standing there thinking,
And
the
they're
kids are
thinking,
sitting
yeah,
there thinking,
okay.
aye, right. I'm standing there with the Doctor Who fleece and the TARDIS bag over my shoulder, trying to say, it's not for me. It might be for, it's just one of the kids want it. They must
Yeah,
be looking at me
nice
going,
try.
it's either real.
Yeah, exactly. That's where you
Yeah,
have to go incognito. Yeah.
I
Batman
cannot
walking
haggle for the life of me, because if I see an item, and I'm of this, if you guys are brave enough to say, I'm selling my Judge Dredd 48 size figurine for this price, I'm going,
Gimme.
yeah, the price is, I would buy it for that price.
I'm not a great haggler myself.
I've got a limit.
So-
It depends what my wife will actually find out I've spent on it.
Well, if you got the return on the investment, suddenly you had the cash. Well, you no longer had the figurine, but if you had the cash,
Yeah, I'm
might be
building that up.
happy,
I
but-
stopped smoking and I'm on 29 days, so that's £290 roughly. £10 a packet. And I've been no smoking at all for 29 days. My wife's no smoke for 29 days. So the reality is
I'm still
I'm
on that.
putting money
but
aside,
I have,
although I'm just buying a travel cot for my daughter. So that's on my list. That's to get
that's going to
in
eat
the
up
morning.
all your savings.
No, it's no. That's basically no. No, if it's for my daughter, I don't class that as eating up my savings. That's what the money's there for.
Yep. Yep.
Can I just say, Dad Man Walking, I absolutely love your avatar, because that is one of my all-time favorite horror
Yes.
TV movies.
What
The
one
one
is
with
it?
Karen Black
I
and the little
recognise
Indian, the doll that comes to life. He's sort of like he's got like an evil spirit in him.
Mhm.
And he comes to life and he chases her all around the apartment. That thing, I watched that when I was much younger, and I remember watching it with my dad, and honest to God, that thing scared the crap out of me. And she even tries, like,
remember the name of the movie.
it's called Trilogy of Terror, and it's 3 different stories, and that's one of the stories, and it's with Karen Black, the queen of horror movies as well. From
Yeah, I
that,
do like the
from that
classic
era.
horror, so I do. I must admit. If
Oh
I've
my
got a
God, it's
choice-
excellent.
If I've got a choice, 5 modern horrors or 1 classic horror, 5 can go away. Modern, the classics always come first. Black and White, The Mummy, Bela Lugosi, Boris Karloff, Lon Chaney Jr. Oh God, yes, please. And somebody's obviously got one of these fantastic figurines of the creature from the Black Lagoon sitting next to their computer on their desk.
Oh, I wonder who
And
that
I'm
could be.
so jealous.
I wonder who that could be.
Yeah, I am so jealous. So there he's there. Look.
There we. Sorry, I can't do art on that.
That's not that is just a beautiful figurine. I've got a creature from the Black Lagoon sitting up there, but it is nowhere near that. That is just an absolutely amazing.
Yeah, he's actually like a little. He's a little bank. He is.
Yeah, it's the other side, but that is superb. I used to have the Kirk.
Yeah, I just love the detail on him.
I used to
Yeah,
have the
well, I
Kirk
was
band,
just saying the
and
detailing from like the side whiskers to like the scaling on the back and
Yeah.
the fins. That
it's
is
just an absolutely
incredible.
amazing piece of kit.
Darren
I
found
just
it.
love
Yeah, he found it for me in the movie, TV and movie store in town. But this is one of my all-time favorite classic monsters, and I've
There you go.
always wanted a statue
Yeah.
of him.
Well, there you go.
Clearly, we scared
Dad
man walking away from this because it's like he was 5 years old and you just like showing this on big screen in front of him. It's like,
But see, that's the thing. You think, right? Give a kid, let's say 10 years old, watching a current horror movie. What's going to stick with them? Blood, gore, guts. Nothing
No.
specific, but
no,
you
it's
look back
going
and
to be what
10-year-old
we
us
think.
when we were watching all these classic things.
Yep.
It's
It
going
didn't
to be
scare the crap out of
imprints in
us. It
mind.
actually, it basically dragged us in because yes, kids. There's like, there's a few stuff out there like Goosebumps and stuff like that, and people are saying, "Oh, it's scary for kids." You're sitting there. Kids need to be scared. Kids need to be scared, so they do, and that's the thing. Our parents were aware of it, so as long as it was an overtly violent, gory film, they would let us sit and watch Frankenstein, Dracula.
Yeah,
all
my
the-
mom used to let us sit up and watch it. I still remember watching Night of the Living Dead, the original George A. Romero.
But that's what I'm saying. I
1960s.
watched things like them. I watched
and them. Yeah.
It's all those. I watched them with my dad, and I was I was young. That you imagine if you say I let my kids watch horror, what age are they? That's terrible. Hello, he lets his kids watch all these, and it's that type of thing. Whereas 10, 15 years from now, what's their memories of certain movies? What Glee they'll have to sit. It's there's nothing to me in modern movies that stand out and actually drag you in. So you're sitting there thinking, I want to watch all those genre of movies as much as I can get.
Yeah.
Which is unfortunate because the media's dying, and it's because the crap they put out. It came from outer space. Them with my mum.
Yeah.
Exactly. I did that with my dad. I watched all the classic horrors. Me and my dad used to sit watching Boris Karloff, Lon Chaney Jr. I used to watch them. I've even got the Abbott and Costello with Lon Chaney Jr. meet the Wolfman and stuff like that. I just love all these the classic comedies as well. That's why I've got a big my big Laurel and Hardy collection and my Son of the Desert, because I grew up watching these and they just stuck with me, and I could rewatch them and rewatch them. I think there's only one movie in the last 5 years I could rewatch at any point, and it's been Boss Level. None of the
I need a quick BRB before I get back. But what we give the horror films we grew up with, and be ready with your sound effect, PJ. Them. But also stuff like The Thing. And It Came from the Desert, which is kind of them. But other horror films like this is what we grew up with. Horror films for kids today is Country X Got Talent. That is essentially like the same.
Yeah, that's it. Basically, what they're going to be. You're right. It is a case of what can you remember growing up? Big Brother. You remember so and so did this, or so and so. Did you remember seeing this guy on Britain's Got Talent, America's Got Talent, or
Exactly. I mean, on the other side of that, they did deliver. Also, just like the horror films that we did grow up with, they got talent. Although they presented probably 1,000 TV shows and they got 5 memorable people out of it. Like minuscule, memorable people out of it. Just like the horror films did, they were there to scare you. Just look at this gorgeous scene. This is scary. This is frightening.
And that's what that was the Thing from another world. But that's the thing. So it was basically, that's why it was always referred to as The Thing, because you always just saw it as The Thing unless you read From Another World.
The one the one I grew up watching as well, that which I've spoken about before on this stream, it's known here as the Trollenberg Terror, and in the States it's known as the Crawling Eye, which is a brilliant film.
$1958.
Oh, Salem's Lot. Yeah, that's awesome.
Look at that model. The Crawling Eye.
Oh my God. That's cool. That is cool. Yeah, that scared me so bad when I was little, and I loved it. I loved it. I was scared, but I still loved it.
There was a movie that reminds me of. It was the one, I think they were invisible, but the only time they came visible if somebody killed one. So somebody was hammering it, and it was the goo, it was like a brain. That's what it reminds me of, brain with tentacles, and they did it all in, they were invisible, and it was a case of, because they didn't have the budget to do a lot of these figures, so they only had ones that somebody could chop up, so, and all the goo came out of it, so they had them all being invisible, I think, except one or two, and I can't even remember the name of them, unfortunately, but yeah, I mean, look at they're something you don't see in modern movies. Want a cigarette? Yes, please. Thank you very much.
Oh yeah. Yeah, that film I remember very vividly as a very young child watching that at a relative's house, because my dad was a carpenter by trade, but he was also in a band and he was a drummer. So my mother would drive him down to his gigs down sort of in the city. And she would, because I was quite small, she would drop me off at my aunt's house or her flat, and I would love it, because then I would stay up and watch these creepy movies with them. And The Crawling Eye was one that I watched over there, and it's never left me, and it always brings back those memories.
Yeah,
that was really cool.
And that one there, this Island Earth, that mutant, yes, that was dead creepy. I like the movie. I know a lot of people actually have said it's one of those ones. It's I think it is classic. Not up there with things like Forbidden Planet, stuff like that, but it's still one of the ones that's memorable, because the mutant was scary, but it was still a good movie for it, considering what it was about. Yeah, I mean,
there's one horror movie or like TV movie or whatever. I can't remember where I saw it. I saw it might have seen it on Chiller Theater when I was growing up. And I still cannot find out which what it is, like what movie it's from or what TV episode it was from. But the scene that sticks with me is it was in black and white, and it was these people in a car, and the camera angle is behind the driver's seat. This hand is slowly crawling up. This disembodied hand is crawling up the back of the driver's seat. And that scared the crap out of me when I was really little, and I still cannot find which film that is. I'd love to find it, but I used to love to watch Chiller Theater.
Yeah, I kind of recognize the description, but I'm sorry to say I can't remember the film, but I kind of recall that the crawling up.
And there are films about different films about like a hand, like but this one, I don't know why, but it just really stuck with me, that scene. And I still haven't been able to quite pin down where it's from, because I can't remember anything else about it. So it's just that one scene.
Yeah.
I will admit I do have a few, not in the scary department, but it's like I recall every so now and then, it's like that scene, that thing, I recognize it, I remember it from somewhere. I know it's like, I love that film, but then you try to just go Google hunting, and it's like, it's not there. You're trying every description you can. It's like it's not there. But you've seen it in a film. You got that memory from seeing something. But you just don't recall the name, and because your bad description going into Google is just like, hey, would you like to watch the latest Avenger film? And you go, it's like, no.
Yeah. The Fiend Without a Face. I just checked it out. That's what the movie was. Let's see if I can find that image again. Because I just put Invisible Monsters Classic.
So many amazing scary films that are out there.
Yeah.
Well, not just scary, because some of them you just laughed at. If you take Adam's Family is one of them.
Yeah.
They were supposed to be creepy, scary, dangerous.
Yeah. That's the Fiend Without a Face there. And basically, as you can see, they had a couple just sort of the wrapped around, or they were just sitting there like thingy, but they couldn't. They had them invisible because.
I think I remember that. Yeah, something about that.
The Fiend Without a Face.
Yep.
The thing
It's like a brain with a connected to a spinal cord.
Yeah. And that's the time you would see them.
Yeah, you're spot on that. Well, I was just literally thinking the same thing, because someone did a meme. I think it was on 9gag. This is what a human looks like without the body that allows it to move around. It was basically just the brain with the spine. Yeah, and that is exactly what it looks like.
And they use that type thing in First Contact as well, because the Borg Queen ends up just as that disembodied head with the spine, and then and Picard like snaps it.
Yeah.
Yep.
But that is
like
really great.
Even though we couldn't remember the name and we had to think, but things like that. Can you imagine nowadays what's going to stick with people as they move forward? What TV show, movie, whatever's going to stick with them? Yeah, I mean, us talking about things that are 58 to 50. So in the 50s, that yes, we weren't born, but we saw them later on. It's just that was the second generation of people who had watched them, because our parents had watched them. We watched them with our parents 20 odd years after they were made.
My mom had no filter showing me the scary stuff she grew up with, and applause button. Them was one of them. She loved it. She's like, hey, you're a toddler. This is something you should watch. Just be a bit of a big, strong man. Let's just go. It's like, really? And 10 times the size of me?
Yeah.
I should be brave?
Yeah. See, the thing is, see, I'm laughing at when the Blair Witch Project came out. I thought it was hilarious. See, every time I think of that, all I just think about that girl with the snot running down. I just find it funny for that same reason.
You see, I think Blair Witch Project is a comedy rather than a serious attempt at horror. I know what they aimed for, but for me, they landed on the comedy side, not the horror side.
Hey, say hello.
Hey, it looks like someone is getting invaded by them. Well, that's not your boy then.
No, I know.
Well, apologies if I have misgendered you, by the way.
No, it says Mama's boy.
He's a mama's boy. Look at that.
That's clearly not the mama's boy.
No. Did you have curry?
No, not today. Not today. And yeah, right. You go and sit down. Right.
Oh.
Right.
He's my boy, but
he's a red shirt. How dare you? You do not put cute creatures in a red
Technically
shirt.
not a Scotty.
He looks like a little superhero in that.
No, it's a cutie in a red shirt. How
Oh my
dare
god,
you?
he's a literal red shirt. Oh my god.
No,
Alright,
cute.
that's bad. Go to the corner.
Okay. Jealous Boblet. That's what
Oh.
I put on Twitter once. He was just sitting there with this, and I just said, "Beam me up, Scotty."
Well, the
What?
one needs the
Oh.
science blue then, so they can bicker.
£33 for the
Wow.
blue. Yeah, I was going to buy an R3. I was going to get the gold one for
Yeah.
their father, Buster, and Uhura's outfit for Bella. But that's another £103 for the three of them.
Yeah, so
So
bad.
hence the reason
You
why
see
I've
what
no actually
what
got
I
another one yet.
think of when seeing that is a meme, and it's a photo of a bathroom stall wall. Don't beam me up, Scott.
Yeah. Well, I've got the one. I put it on Twitter a wee while back, and it's them just sitting there looking out the door, and all I put is "beam me up, Scotty." Couldn't resist it. A wee Scotty Doug. So I need to get one of the Scotty in the red, and maybe him in a blue one. But I need to get a blue one for Benji. So, or a gold one, but I can't get the gold one because no way is Benji in charge of it. But I definitely want to get I want to eventually get the three, one for Buster, one for Bella as well, so I can have a picture of the four of them. Bella in the Uhura one, and I need to get a blue and a gold. But they're cheaper in America than they are here.
Shall I disappoint everybody with my pick?
Oh yes, we've been waiting.
Yes.
We've been waiting now, Jim. Yes.
Yep. That's because we've been gabbing since Kafka took us off in that.
Hey, if this go completely wrong and your channel gets cancelled, I blame Red.
Yep. No.
It had nothing to do with my pick, but as I said, this is a
Hi, Grandma.
disappointing week.
Thanks for doing this.
Oh,
Had to go back.
she would probably have loved seeing this, but she's probably catching up. I have been a failure this week, sad to say, and I know I'm playing a little bit of drama, but I did not manage to get around to charity shop. Sad to say, because I kind of like giving back to the community. Whoever it is gets my pennies of me getting their DVDs. I kind of feel good about that. I actually get the DVD, and they get money that they get to support their topics. But if you put me up on the big screen, PJ, as soon as you have the chance.
Yeah. And
I'm intrigued.
This is not technically my New Year's resolution, but I decided I want to get back into cooking because I'm okay in the kitchen. So I have managed to get myself from famous video game franchises and sci-fi books, cooking books.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah. That's very different.
It definitely
That's
is.
very different. Final Fantasy. Oh, that is wicked.
Cookbook.
Not sure.
That's really unusual.
Correct there. But the books are really heavy. As you can see, if I'm holding my hands.
That looks like a really nice produced book as well. It looks really, really solid. What are the recipes like inside?
Oh, I will show you that, but I will get through the books and then come back to it.
Ooh, more
books.
books.
I have something that the two of you will definitely like. But here's another one.
Ooh.
Very nice. World of Warcraft official cookbook.
That's brilliant. Oh, that is cool. What an unusual item as well. That is really nice to have. I keep
So I
hearing
got
noises
that.
over here talking about horror movies.
But I think this is the one that is going to impress you the most, and this is the smallest book by far, which
what did
I'm
you
feeling
find?
disappointed by.
Somebody
But-
mentioned it earlier. The Geek Chef.
Oh my god.
And I will have to open this up because I think
That looks
both
really
of you
cool.
will jump at this because it has, if I remember correctly, Doctor Who, fish fingers and custard.
Yay!
I had them. The
Yes, we tried those. Then
See, the
then
thing
we
is, I grew up with chips and custard.
Yep. It's probably going to be very much the same, but the books have just amazing. Wife soup. I have no idea because I literally got the books
Soylent
this
Green.
morning.
It's humans.
is that the Jeffrey Dahmer cookbook?
It's Soylent Green. That's what it is.
Yeah. Oh, hello.
Beef and bacon. That sounds normal.
Yeah, it does. What about this one then?
Herring and
pumpkin
pumpkin
pot
pot pie.
I've never had I've had pumpkin soup, squash.
Pumpkin's good.
So let's get back to the heavy books and let's see if we can find something interesting.
Oh, it's nice.
Let's begin with this one. I just pulled the page open.
Oh, that sounds nice.
Yes.
So what is this one now? What cover is this one?
That is World of Warcraft.
Oh, that's still the World of Warcraft one. That's gorgeous.
Pulling up another recipe just from. Let's get a good name. This is more for meat eaters. So if you're vegetarian, I think you might be like, okay, I wasn't too happy.
Beer basted boar ribs.
No, that sounds delicious.
Wow.
And that's the photograph of it.
Yum. Boar, yum. Ribs, yum.
Yep. That's my thinking too. And I think this might be for the ladies. Again, I just pulled the page at random.
Oh, hello. Chocolate celebration cake. Now, those are some serious candles.
Yes.
Those are like regular size candles.
Actually, believe it or not, I think they're not. Look at the size of the hand. I think the cake's only about that size.
Maybe that's what it is, because it looks like they're like
the hand was in front of it. You could see
blackout candles.
And the candle looked about as thick as the pinky. So I don't think it was big.
I didn't see the hand. I was just seeing these.
Look at that
humongous candles.
The celebration cheesecake, the chocolate cake. You can remember where it was.
This is from the Final Fantasy book.
Right.
Rare roast beef. Still bleeding on the plate. That's too rare for me.
It's same as me. I used to love rare until I went to the States and asked for rare, and it actually moved as I was cutting into it. And I thought, no, rare's no for me.
Trapper's quiche. Interesting. Some interesting stuff in there.
Yeah. Jim, see the previous book, the World of Warcraft, the celebration chocolate one that we put on earlier.
Well, I just picked pages at random, so I wouldn't really know where it is. I just pulled this one up.
Crunchy spider surprise. Oh my God.
You find a crunchy spider surprise.
That's the Renfield recipe.
Yeah.
I might be scared to try that one.
I still prefer my Renfield from Dead and Loving It.
Why do I recognize that? Not Renfield, but vampire-ish.
Right, hold on.
Here he is.
I need to actually get this because it's a wee bit too.
My dad used to do a great Renfield impersonation. He used to make me laugh.
See, I like the Renfield characters and a lot of them, but the one in Dead and Living It was just, to me,
That sounds
actually
really
nailed it.
familiar.
It was the Leslie Nielsen one. Leslie Nielsen, Dead and Living It.
Right, okay.
And then you had the guy, it was in Ally McBeal. It reminds me of Teller, the smaller guy.
Oh,
He
okay.
played Renfield. Ah, man.
Yes.
And he,
Okay, it's starting to
there's
sound
a couple of
familiar.
bits he did. He was just amazing at it. I'm going to dig that movie out and just clip that wee bit where he gets released from prison and they want to chase, they want to follow him, and how he tries to lose the people is just hilarious. It still sits there with me. Hey, did you find that, Jim?
Which one?
The chocolate, the celebration chocolate in the World of Warcraft. I know it's just annoying. It's just something that I said that basically.
Let me go through the register.
It was somewhere in there
Yes.
in that Warcraft one, but
At Babylon 5.
that is a huge book.
That
So
would be fun.
I will just give you this indication how big the book is. This is
that is a
index.
massive cookbook. Yeah.
This is the index of all the stuff. So feel free to
God.
grab a screenshot because obviously it's big. And yeah, I realize the author may want their money, so I won't be too kind on sharing the recipes. But if I ever try something and it goes like, that was awesome, I will definitely be telling you that maybe add this or do that.
Did you see that, Jim? Colin says there's also a Babylon 5 cookbook.
Yes, I
Really?
saw that, and I will be hunting that
And
down.
there was asking, was there a Doctor Who cookbook? I think there is. I'm sure I've seen something like that.
So what were you saying the chocolate cake was? Chocolate celebration, did you say?
In a nearby town, a family owned a funeral home, and at the opposite side, right, look at the picture. It's the picture. Move your hand out the way. Right, move it up. Let's see. Hold on.
Well, I'm trying to hold it up in front of the camera.
When I have to apologise, it was Jim's fingers I could see. It was your fingers.
So I was right. Those are
Yeah.
some big ass candles on
It
there,
was
man.
just, I thought it was just the way they take the picture. There was a thing to give it a scale. It was Jim's fingers.
It was Jim's fingers, yeah.
So his fingers on it. Look at the size of the candles. They look small. It makes the cake look smaller, doesn't it?
It does, yeah. But that looks
Thank
really
you, Jim.
creepy. That looks like a really something creepy.
Yep. About to explode.
Well, also you'd be afraid to eat it.
Yep. I was just laughing at that one. Dead Man Walking says a family owned in a small town owned a funeral home, and at the opposite side of town they owned a restaurant, and all his wife would say was green. And I'm not surprised.
Well, again, I had to so much apologize. I did not get anything from the charity shop this week.
Oh, don't worry, we didn't either.
Yeah. Well,
no, we didn't either.
Yeah. The thing is, I go out with a bag. I'm always confident I'm going to bring something back. Even if I can't find really good ones, if I'll see something, I've got that, and I'll still pick it up. Occasionally, it's things like ancient architects, so it's like the pyramids of Egypt or the Nazca lines or something. Even if it's just historical ones, just about the Crusades or World War II or tank, I'll always pick something up. So even if it's no stuff that I might put forward for that, I always do, and that's why I've got such a collection. Most of my shelves are actually starting to double up again, so I need to actually get a bit more shelving sorted out.
I did get a couple of few more cookbooks, but these were the more geeky ones. And again, I do apologize. I did not get DVDs or films that I would have preferred to pick up, but because I already know how to cook. And obviously I'm a man, so I think my cooking is this great, whereas it might actually be down here somewhere.
Yeah, I'm
But
sure it's fine.
I know my way around the kitchen. So
I
thought,
finally found my recipe. The only thing I used to bake, and I love baking, I enjoy baking, was my cheesecake. And I found my recipe for it. I'd actually put it, a few years ago, I'd put it on, I had one of these, wasn't a podcast, what was it? Basically just a website. I was told to actually create a website, try and keep the mind smart, and just basically up it with bits and pieces, just type stuff in. And I did for a wee while because I kept forgetting. My
I've
memory was
always been the reverse engineer. So if I ever go to a restaurant and something I'm still trying to work on is I'm gonna butcher the name, but it's like huevos rancheros, which I got when I was in Florida, which is basically like a tortilla plate with
Oh,
veggies
yeah.
and sauce and a little bit of
Yummy.
cheese and an egg. It's delicious, but I'm still trying to figure out how to make it at home. So if I go to a restaurant, I love that dish because I go out to a restaurant and I go, haven't tried this before. Might be brave enough to try it. It's like, wow, that's delicious. And then I try to sample. It's like, okay, it has this ingredient. It's got this and this and this, and these are the pieces. It's got carrot and shrimp or mushrooms, or whatever it has in it. I try to figure it out, and I try to go back home and build it myself. Because if it is delicious to you, I don't see anything wrong with why you should not try to learn how to make it yourself.
That's what I used to
Now
make.
that
That was
sounds
my
good.
favourite dish. White chocolate cheesecake and strawberries.
Point of objection, Your Honor. That's a dessert, not a dish.
Yeah, that's the only baking I used to do, and it's
That
because I
depends.
used to do bits and pieces. I would have that in a one sitting. That would do me for
That
my.
depends on what kind of a day it's been.
Yes. Yeah, I mean, it
But
serves
already
6 to 8
just
people.
reading the ingredients because I know. But
Butter,
again,
ginger nut
I
biscuits,
think I
or
can
snap.
cook this great. I'm probably here, but see the ingredient and it's like, oh, you got ginger cut biscuits, you got
Ginger nut
pecan
biscuits
nuts,
or ginger
you
snaps.
got mascarpone.
Pecan,
Yeah.
mascarpone, fromage free, eggs, caster sugar, white chocolate, and strawberries.
Yes.
And then the
Oh,
topping is
stop it.
basically,
Making me hungry now.
and it basically actually basically move that over. Just so if anybody actually wants to pause the tape, pause the thing just to actually get. That's how I used to make it. And I remembered mostly, but there was wee bits and pieces I had forgotten.
Oh, it just
So
sounds really lovely.
Yeah, that looks really good. And I'm very curious because now someone said it's a Babylon 5 cookbook out there.
yeah, I would like to try
interested.
that. That sounds delicious as well.
Yeah.
Babylon 5
But
cookbook.
the recipes I have in these 3 books that I got, and it's part of my sort of New Year's resolution. It's not a resolution per se, but just before New Year's, I went back through my invoices and everything and just looked at what I had spent money on previous years, so 2021. And the amount of takeout, even though varied and healthy, so salads and like just not pizzas, but like varying around Chinese curries, Italian steakhouse.
See, I thought you were talking about food, but you mentioned salads in there. So if you're not talking about proper food, I don't listen.
Salad is literally what you put your steak on, just so it is raised
No.
up, and then
Salad
you can
is what
cut
you
it
feed
easy.
your dinner.
Yes. But exactly, we're stealing from them just to go. Anyway, I looked at the amount of takeaways I had last year, and it was scary. I think it was above 220 takeouts or restaurant visits in 2021. And I was just going, it's like, why am I doing this? I can cook.
Yeah.
It doesn't take a lot of time, but I know how to cook fish and chips. I know how to do all the basic recipes, like
I think it's
bangers
just getting
and mash and on.
getting
So I
into the
thought,
habit, isn't it?
well, yes, not all that, but I thought, let's get some fun cookbooks. And I just stumbled across, like, these are video games, sci-fi, fantasy cookbooks. Cool.
Yeah.
I'll try them out. And my mission is, this year, only once per month, whether I order in or go out, it's the same thing. If I go to a restaurant, someone else cooks for me, or if I order something in, once per month.
I think that's fair. Yeah.
So far, well, kind of like took me 3 days into January to break the plan. So it's like that was the first one. It's like, no, McDonald's, like, no. Burgers are good, but I can do burgers at home. But so far, I managed to like stem it down. There is no takeaway. There's nothing. I don't feel a desire to go and have a takeaway. Like, I have most of what I need at home, so I can make it. I have all the amazing cooking equipment you need. I have food processors. I can mince my own meat, make my own dough, all of that stuff. I even have the ingredients to make it happen. So this year, I will try to report on it as honestly, but a maximum of 12 takeout or go to a restaurant and have a meal.
See, I'm lucky. My wife's a great cook. I'm okay with that. So, Jim, why will a baker never change their job?
They're good.
Why would a baker never change their job?
No idea.
Because they need the dough.
Oh,
Yeah.
you need a button for that. You need
that button or that button or
Arg.
Yeah, that's probably more.
Yep. I think we're getting to the point where we're actually all flagging.
Yeah,
So,
I'm starting to lose the
we'll
plot.
finish through the chat and then we'll say anything because it's been a long day and I've actually been up early. Considering a Saturday and a Sunday, I normally got a long line today. I didn't, and tomorrow it's unlikely as well because I want to finish off Resident Evil and I actually want to start a couple other things that have been mentioned.
And tomorrow I need to find more of the Resident Alien.
Yeah,
because it's not available.
Resident Evil because I think I watched Resident Evil because that's obviously that popped up my list as well. But there you go. Disaster Area managed to pick up a Blu-ray of Schindler's List for £1, which, considering the cheapest one out the ones that are all £2 is the cheapest Blu-rays I can get in a lot of the charity shops. Congratulations, sir! It's so lucky because I still look for Blu-rays even though I prefer DVDs because I can watch them on my computer and I can actually snip parts for uploading to YouTube if others wee silly bits. My Blu-rays no connected to my computer, so I have to actually put the camera up if I was about to do that.
Well, I will give this promise to the chat. I haven't tried any of the recipes in the book yet.
You'll need to actually see
sure
how
they're curious. But if I do come across something that's like, okay, that was interesting, because I have a feeling they're more gimmicky than actual, like you'd serve these in a restaurant. But if I do come across something, I'll try and advise. Obviously, the authors of the book, they spent a lot of time trying to figure it out. So let's try to be nice to them, but still.
Yep. Dadman Walking, thank you very much for joining us. And yes, people, like, share, and subscribe. Keep coming
Remember
back.
to share. We got cookies.
Yep.
Why? Sorry, not cookies. We got chocolate cakes.
Do you know what you need to do? Any of the quirky ones that look interesting, record yourself doing it and then edit it into an upload. And you'll actually
Yeah,
do that.
I'm looking for a GoPro camera that can actually fit over my kitchen, so you can actually see me making it. But yeah, I'm working on it.
Attach
Yes,
your
I
camera
know.
to that, to your arm, and then there you go.
Yeah,
I've got
sorry,
the
my
bit for
kitchen is
attaching
not
the
here.
camera
My
to it.
kitchen is over there.
Uh-huh. No, but I've got the camera, so it's basically, mind you, I just plug it into a laptop. But yeah, I just actually just my laptop up. But
Yeah,
yeah,
all,
so
all,
back
all the
we
things I
had
was
the dad
thinking
jokes earlier
is
on,
not
so we did
becoming a cooking channel.
dad jokes we did earlier on. I love dad jokes. My dad jokes are so good; they're third generation. The jokes my dad told me that his dad told him,
That his dad told him.
probably.
Yeah.
Although they were in Italian when he got told them. My granddad was 8 when he came over to Scotland from Italy. So if his dad told him, it was probably when he was still speaking Italian. So
I'll raise a glass of iron brew to missing fathers.
Yes.
right,
Yes,
definitely.
definitely. I miss my dad as
My
well.
dad passed away a year ago tomorrow,
Oh,
the 31st.
My dad
So,
went away in 2018,
yeah.
so that's 4 years ago now. Almost.
I lost mine in 1988. So quite a while ago.
Yeah, it's never easy. It's never easy. Never, I mean, because that's the same as my mum.
Yeah.
My mum went in 2007, so
Yeah.
not
Yeah. I had blast with my dad. He's the one that got me into all the horror, the classic horror. So it's fun. You know, we used to have a ball watching all the classic horror stuff, the Godzilla films.
I've got all the Godzilla films.
Yeah, well, not the old Godzilla films, you know, the original Godzillas. Yeah.
I've got some that are still in Japanese, never been.
Cool.
They're just subtitled.
Cool.
I never got into fully on the Godzilla one, but isn't it Gojira?
Gojira, I believe. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah. PJ's got the definitive. Yeah.
And he stole that from a kid.
Godzilla figure.
He stole that from a kid, but the kid stole something he wanted from him.
Yeah. It's basically you press one of the spines, but it's that stiff. It's sore on the hand, so I have to do it with this.
Wow.
But it's just one of those wee things you got. I've got the things like the tricorder and the stuff. It's just a wee. I can't remember what the box called them, but I got them. Why do sadists make good bakers?
This is going to be some kind of soda joke.
Kelly, thanks for joining us. Right.
Thanks, Kelly.
Right. Let's see. Why? Come on.
Oh,
yes.
Yeah. That's really, really hard.
Recent.
Yeah.
I know. That's what I'm saying. I'm a year, and it's still recent. It's.
Mm-hmm.
Last year was a difficult one. Let's put it that way.
Yeah.
Because he gets to beat the eggs and whip the cream. And I thought Man Need the Dough one was bad. But I'm definitely going to just a couple of times at night, just do 5 minutes, just going through Tim Vines or those other ones, the dad jokes, and just upload them. It's fun. Might as well.
Yes.
Gives me something
Good
to do.
stuff.
Yes.
See Kellage. I had the same with my mum when she passed away in 2011.
Yeah.
She was so confused toward the end. She did not know up from down or right from left.
Yeah.
It was so strange to see the person that you grew up and loved through and especially someone so influential on my sci-fi geeky path just disappeared. That was, I think that was probably far worse than the actual passing. It's kind of hard.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. I'm just trying to catch up, and I don't want to actually miss these. These are basically. I think our families are always nice, and what was the movie? There was a movie that had a nice wee bit in it. It was a case of, and it was something I watched when I was a kid, so it's not something in the last 30 years. And it was one. It was a dream sequence, and someone met their grandparents in their dream sequence, and they
Oh,
were talking to them, and they says, "How come you're sitting here in the garden, and how is it so nice?" Because
Oh,
obviously the
is
weather
that
the
from
person was.
something like The Stand?
I can't remember, and the parents, the grandparent says, "We're always here. We only become." They didn't say corporeal, but they only become solid when somebody remembers them.
oh wow.
So basically, they're always there waiting. So every time you think about them,
Mm,
they become solid again. It's like, I suppose it's like they're in heaven, but they're incorporeal. And anytime you think about them, they're in,
mm.
they're in your favourite place where you remember them. And I
Yeah,
thought
it's
it
lovely.
was a nice sentiment. So every time I think about my family, my two sisters, my mum, my dad, my grandparents, even my friends who've passed, I always think about them in the favourite place where we used to spend time. And
Yeah,
that's,
it's
I
lovely.
think it was a good
You
thing,
see,
especially being young.
it's a similar place. Well, I wouldn't say place, but it's something that's surfaced to my mind and it's been present for maybe the past decade. I was told once to answer a question when I had ever been given good customer service,
Right.
and I was completely floored.
Yeah,
I had no answer,
Mm.
but I had a good couple of friends reminding me of times when things went absolutely tits up,
Yeah.
as per the English, was it colloquial?
Colloquialism.
Yes.
yeah,
But someone just stepped above and beyond. But it was so good you couldn't remember it. It was
Mm.
everything you wanted, everything was there,
yeah,
everything you needed, and then some. It just went so smoothly for you, you didn't even register it. But the fact that you had to wait 1 minute to get the ticket to get into the ticket line, that burned into your brain forever.
mhm,
Interesting.
That
yeah,
frustration, that it's like it's 60 seconds if we could go and get the ticket and then you could just go and sit down and just wait. But that
Oh, yeah.
frustration, whereas amazing over the top service. And I think that is sort of where I believe or I prefer our loved ones is that really good place. You don't remember because it's just that good.
That's lovely.
yeah.
Yeah.
And Kelly, I know this feeling. My dad had dementia as well, and yes, for the last couple of years, he wasn't the same person. But
It's
that's
awful
why I love
stuff, isn't
Time
it?
Team. Yeah, that's why I love Time Team, because that was the one thing that two of us used to love, and he still remembered. We would sit
Yeah.
down and we would bring back the memories. So yeah,
Mm.
it's one of those things we try and forget the bad times and always remember the good times.
Yes. Well, that's what that does. You
Yeah,
know, it helps you remember all the good.
and that's why
Yeah.
that's why I love my dad jokes. Because
Yeah.
they're not great granda jokes, they're fantastic granda jokes. I had to use a dad joke there, come on, I had to. That was an old one. But yeah, that's the jokes I still say occasionally, even though the silly ones, and yes, they are old dad jokes. It's the ones that I grew up hearing from my dad. So it's just when I had kids, my dad would tell them that. So I would do it, and even my kids go, heard it, because my dad beat me to it. And I know fine well my daughter, when they've got when the baby's born, she's going to say the silly things because she grew up hearing me saying it. Yes,
Absolutely,
her
yeah.
dad will, his dad will say it, but his mum will say them as well, and I'll be telling them.
I was just going to say,
Yeah,
he's going to
yeah,
have granddad jokes.
yeah. Merry Christmas, Mr. Lawrence. I've seen that, but it's been years since I saw that one.
I know of it. I don't think I've
Aye.
seen that. I don't know if I could watch it because I lose it,
Yeah,
with things like that.
yeah. Was David Bowie was he in the military? Was he not like something like? Was it? I think it's set in the First World War or just after or something like that, and that's what I think. Yes, it's a school days, but maybe I'm thinking of another Mr. Chips one, something like that. Yeah, it's see, that the suddenness as well with my dad. We were aware that he's going downhill and he was singing me and he's a bit, but either way, it's just still a shock. And
Oh God, yeah.
yeah, no matter
Yeah.
what.
Mine was
Anybody,
quite ill for a while, but
yeah. See, my granny was like that. My granny was 97, sharp as a pin right up until she passed. So she was. Used to do the
But
yeah.
Sudoku.
that is the way.
Yeah.
And
My granny used
I,
to let,
I, I I know it's morbid, but that is the way I would prefer to go. I would
yeah,
hate falling into that trap of you're losing your mind. And he goes like, "Who are you?" And it's like, "This is a friend you've known for 70 years." It would so scare me.
so the David Bowie one, it's Goodbye, Mr. Lawrence. It's Second World War and it's a Japanese prisoner of war camp. I had an idea of him in a uniform. So it's been a while, as I said, since I saw it. The
Bowie's been in quite a few famous films, hasn't he?
yeah, he has been, but and it was always a surprise because considering he was a musician, you didn't expect he could act as well as he did. Because anytime you saw musicians that had come across, they always seemed to overplay it over the
Yeah.
top because they were always playing a version of themselves because they were musicians. People wanted them in a movie and they wanted them to sing in the movie, so they were versions of themselves.
Yeah. There's been a few good ones, and okay, I know this isn't musicians acting in a film, but if you take Robin Hood, Prince of Thieves, Kevin
Yeah, please
Costner
do.
and Morgan Freeman, glorious, but you do have an amazing soundtrack with three really great singers at that time. You would not have thought collaborating with each other, but they went together for that one, and it's just like, wow. But I like the film through and through because it's showing so many things, and it's just going. It's for me more an accurate representation of the United Kingdom rather than just Sherwood Forest. It's like, no, we don't do this. We don't accept this. We do not approve of this. And then you have a fairly cheesy romantic song on top of it, but it's still a really good one. And the three singers was it Rod Stewart, Brian Adams, and sorry, it's too late in the evening, but there's a third one. all of them brings together a vocal harmony to go over it. But you also get Sean Connery at the end.
Oh.
You also get Sean Connery at the end, which is like, yes. It's kind of like nailing it together. It's literally like the bow wrapping on top of like a really nice package.
Archer Collins just put the quote from
You, my chamber, 10:30.
yeah.
Comes to the other range, you.
But
Bring a friend.
that is why I love
The
him.
wonderful Alan Rickman.
Alan Rickman is so amazing in this one. I'll cut your heart out, whisper. Why? Because it'll hurt
It's
more.
dull, you twit. It'll hurt more.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What is that you've got on your shoulder? Nothing. The other shoulder. When he had the deer over his shoulder. Yeah. It was a fun one. And you had Mike McShane as Friar Tuck.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, Friar Tuck in Prince of Thieves.
No,
I
thinking.
love him because it's like,
Yeah.
Let's drink to this. And he's talking to me. I can't drink this. It's like, I'll do the drinking, you'll do the talking.
Yeah.
It's such an effortless flow in dialogue.
It is. And
awesome.
that's the good thing about classic stuff. How much stuff I need to say this. Hold on. Right. Hold on. Try turning the sound on before I do it. I had it set up, but I had it set up ready to go, but basically I had the mute on, so when I clicked it, oh yeah, come on. But that's what happens when you actually what button am I pressing? Wrong one, because I wanted it ready to go, just to so. Got it! Yay!
Oh, I'm so tempted to get one of those like Arduino boards with like pre-programmed buttons. So I do the program on my computer rather than this box I have that I can't control. So if I press a button, it will do one sound, and I don't really know what it will do. Whereas if I get a digital button, I can just go like, that's a laugh, that's a drum, that's a sad, that's a oh you're wrong, or that's a boo. I don't know what is like a boo. You said something I didn't agree with, and I don't dare touch it. So basically, just use the soundboard for mute and unmute.
Yeah.
I can do. But I'm bringing the board up front, so let's see if I can actually read it because I'm blind. So this should be an applause.
Yep.
That's all I know about this board, and it has 24 buttons.
Yeah.
The other ones are a little scary because you don't know what you're going to get.
Right. What we'll do to finish off is each of us, if they were doing your life story on a movie, who would play you? When?
Oh God. I like Eve Miles.
Eve Miles.
So I'd say Eve Miles. I can't think of anybody that sort of. I can't think of like a resemblance element, but I think Eve Miles' personality I absolutely love.
Eve Miles, yes, you say it. Yeah, I know who she is. Yes.
Torchwood.
Yeah. Gwen Cooper. Torchwood.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I can't think of anything else, really. I have to think about that one.
What about you, Jim?
I am struggling, but I think I will use my pick of the week, cookbooks. Let's see if any one of you can guess the name.
Oh,
If
might
it's
be too late.
It's Cookers. No idea.
No. Star Trek Voyager. Neil.
Oh,
Neelix. Oh, the one that played Neelix.
Yes. So cheery, happy, bringing stuff up. I'm not sure if I did actually put this at front because I did show this book, didn't I?
yes, yeah.
Did I show the fact that the Geeky cookbook? Hands with pages. Did I mention that it does stuff like Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, Pizza Goya, or that the fact that it does Doctor Who fish fingers? I think I remember
did
that.
say
But
the fish
it
fingers in
has another Doctor Who, which I'm trying to find. Anyway, I think if I would be portrayed as a character, it would be not the actor doing Neelix, but Neelix portraying me, trying to.
No,
That's interesting.
Aye. Well,
Sadako's got the name of the actor. It's Ethan Phillips. But
yeah, and Ethan Phillips, trust me, if you see his stand-up comedy, don't bring your children and be prepared to run away because he's the naughtiest stand-up comedian I've ever seen. And that includes George Carlin, Richard Pryor.
Really?
Yes.
Really?
Eddie Murphy.
I remember him from Benson.
Yep.
He was in Benson.
But he is not,
I've got
shall we say, family-friendly stand-up.
Along with Odo.
Yeah. Oh, I miss Rene Auberjonois.
Okay.
I know. What a wonderful.
Aye, definitely. He was really good as well. So to finish off, I'm actually just because you said that, you did that just as I was about to say to finish off, didn't you? So I'm a bit late. So to finish off, I will basically give you a hint. I think a YouTuber should play me. Right?
Okay.
And he's a hint.
Gary. You got the bowler hat and the glasses. It's definitely Gary.
I couldn't resist it.
You'll have to practice his Scottish accent.
You'll have to. Aye.
Yeah, I would say maybe ask or actually, I'm gonna pick X-Ray Girl. Let X-Ray Girl portray my life.
I've got a copy of Soap and Benson. I love the Tate and the Campbells. Love the Tate and the Campbells.
Indeed.
There you go. For visuals, I'll get Gary. For vocals, I'll get the drinker.
I have to give this to the drinker. His voice is really good for narrative. It is just so good. It's probably more the appeal why I go in, but just like I do with any other company, it's like, yeah, you pulled me in with the content, but what is the content? And the critical drinker always delivers on that. Yes, he's fantastic. He's charismatic. He has the voice. He has all of these things, but he also has the content.
Yeah,
he's
very, very good.
Yeah, he's not just a pretty face doing something. He is actually having something.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I totally agree with that. Do you know
Tailed
Feature? Am I reading that wrong?
That's what I read. Tailed Feature.
Tailed?
No. Foil?
Creature features, I know.
Feature. Tailed feature. So,
Disaster area.
when
You think he
you
needs
will
his
have
own
it, so
say
you
show.
feature, I'm just thinking, bum. Have I missed TV show there?
Grr. Arg. Grr. Arg.
Definitely
He
will.
definitely needs his own show.
Right. Colin, not entirely sure. I don't recognise the name. Tailed feature.
Tailed feature. Have to have a look.
Just got
Late on that one.
Scottish YouTuber. No, I've not actually heard the Tailed feature.
Must be
He's
getting
an
late. I'm
I'll have to
losing the
check it out.
plot
Let me
now.
check it out. The only other one apart from the drinker is Daniel. The other
Hey,
Scottish guy.
Hey, Daniel.
Yeah. So,
legend.
ladies and jelly spoons, boys and girls, thank you very much for joining us. We are going to finish off, and I'm going to take this off because for a change, it's roasted in here.
I know. It's warm in here.
Because
You're
normally it's been a bit
getting
chilly,
too
but
hot for your britches there.
yeah, it's actually just actually changed from frozen, so I'm now sweating again. So anyway, thank you very much for joining us. And
Thanks, everybody.
Gerontology, Jim, thank you again for yet another fantastic, fun stream.
I'm sorry
No
I
matter
couldn't
what.
bring DVDs. But
One of these days, I'm going to get my button to actually be able to record arg, and just this. Yeah. So tomorrow we've got Resident Alien Season 2, Episode 1. And
we still need to find it.
Hey, we got it.
yeah. So Season 2, Episode 1. We are looking forward to Resident Alien. I'm going to finish off watching Season 1 tonight, tomorrow, and then Season 2. So join us, myself, Jim, and Colin, for that at 8 o'clock tomorrow. Wednesday, we are doing Ferris Bueller's Day Off.
Yes.
So join us Wednesday for a chat about another classic, fantastic movie. So, and then next Saturday. In the meantime, there's clips going out, one a night at, 7 o'clock UK. So it could be in the middle of the night for most of you guys. Or it could be in the afternoon, depending where you're watching from. However, thank you very much. Remember, ladies and gents, I ain't old, I'm classic. I even actually rushed through it because I'm knackered. But thank you very much, and catch you tomorrow.
Thanks,
Good night.
everybody.
Tomorrow.